Yeah. Hey everyone, it's 9 a.m. We're calling our meeting here at Fort Springs, our board monthly meeting on July 19th, 2025. We have a full quorum. All the directors are here today. Can we all please stand up for a moment of silence, and let's remember our fellow Texans who suffered on July 4th in Kirk County as we reflect. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. For the folks just coming in, please make sure your phones are muted or off, please. We're now going to discuss or review or vote on the regular board meeting minutes for May 17th, 2025. Directors, has everyone reviewed them again and are okay with them? Any issues? Okay, I guess we'll take 3 individual votes. Everyone in agreement to approve the minutes for May 17th, 2025?
Motion to approve the minutes. I second the motion.
All in favor? That was unanimous vote, correct? Right. Regarding the special meeting on June 20th, 2025, has everyone reviewed those minutes? Is there any issues? Does anyone have any issues with those minutes?
No, sir. Make a motion to approve the minutes from June 20th, 2025. Second.
All in favor? Unanimous vote again. Regular board meeting, June 21st, 2025. Has everyone had a chance to review? Any questions regarding the minutes of this board meeting?
Yes.
Yes,
Make a motion to approve the minutes from March 17th, special meeting.
March?
Second. I'm sorry, June 21st, regular meeting. Second.
All in favor? Unanimous votes? Okay. Secretary report? Mike?
There was an email sent to the secretary of the board from Sandy Hagan. She's unable to attend the meeting due to medical issues, and she wanted me to read her comments during the agenda discussion in lieu of her agenda. As a member,
I have, is there a request to read the email during the discussion? Is the request to read the email during the discussion?
Those are read during the.
She just says she's unable to attend the meeting. Please read my comments during the agenda discussion. So
the request is to
it's during the agenda discussion of the amendment. So I should wait until like agenda discussion to read the minute, to read this letter. Because she wants it read during the agenda discussion.
I think you're right. Sure.
Mhm.
I think you're right.
And those are both letters that you have. Are they part of the same agenda item? I believe they are.
This one, he requests the letter be read in the minutes. I request this letter be read into the minutes. So,
I mean, they
This
both apply to
Yeah.
amendment, so I would, just read them then.
read them there.
Would y'all prefer they be read through
Well,
that agenda item?
my understanding is this is not the secretary's report. And it's a agenda specific conversation, so I just want to keep it together.
Yeah, I agree.
No problem. Treasury report?
All right. So we have in our credit card account, well, it's called credit card because the credit card's dumped in there in Texas Community, 101,000. We're gonna be closing that soon, and move all the assessment credit cards and point them to the daily account for easier reconciliation in the future. Got $1,800 in the Los Morris account. Our general fund sitting at $417,000 approximately. 136,000 restricted and about 54,000 in historical fund. Surety bonds still at 180. So our overall cash balance is around 188,000, and that's up 11,000 and change from last month. And our motel, this time last year, we took in $10,000, and this last month we got 11,000. So hopefully that's going to pick up with the pool. We did 4 transfers, 1 new FRM sales, 1 charter give back there. And so now you may have noticed that we don't have any P&Ls for this month, and I'll give you some explanation history on that. So we were engaging Triumph Beer, and then they merged with a company named Peerless. Then they worked for us for 5-6 months. Then that agreement was terminated due to non-performance of certain things they were going to do. And then Triumph Beer renamed their company MSH and presented us with a proposal to engage them for starting this month. And there was no vote on the board to engage that. We did not discuss it. I mean, there was a request for an email vote to engage them, but there was not enough votes to even have an email vote in that case. So the reason there's no P&L is because we have not reconciled the banks for last month, and we have not categorized the transactions. We're gonna be working on that. There's not any automated rules to classify these transactions, so we're going to start putting some of those things in there. Things we found, such as Golf Now, could be hooked straight into QuickBooks, but it has not been. So it's not a big problem, but it's some things that we can get done automatically in the future. And there was some discrepancies that was located that potentially were mixing accrual and cash charges in our P&L. And it seems that maybe it's $200,000 in that range overstated. And if I'm going to verify that with the CPA and get it corrected or not, but if that is accurate, then we actually are doing $200,000 year to date, approximately better than we have been reported. So if that's verified, then that's a great thing for us to do.
I just want to make one clarification about Triumph Beer. They did not rename their company. They made a new company. They still have Triumph Beer. So Jen and David developed a new company as a partnership together, where they weren't partners before. Jen just worked for David. Triumph Beer was his company, so they still have Triumph Beer. Okay.
Well, on that note, I looked up MSH and they created that some years ago. So they maybe just pulled another company out of the hat and rebranded it. I'm not sure. Their strategy on that. Not really relevant. Thank you.
I agree, it's not relevant. I'm not sure why we're talking about Triumph Beer. I'd like to point out that in close to 30 meetings, this is the first time I've not had a P&L. And that's not Triumph Beer's fault. So let's put blame where the blame should be, which is the treasurer is responsible for generating a P&L, and it's not generated because the reconciled books have not happened because we decided we were going to let go of our accounting services, and now our books are a complete mess. So, which if you don't understand what non-reconciled books means, it means we have a mess. So this is not Triumph Beer's fault that the books are not reconciled, and the fact remains that we do not have a P&L this month to show you. And as a board, matter of fact, on the agenda, There's a HOA, old unfinished business HOA fees, so August. We're supposed to be able to consider CPI and we don't have reconciled books. So month to month, as a board member, I like to be able to look at the P&Ls and I like to be able to look at where our trends are, where money is or isn't being spent. And that allows me to make an accumulative decision over a year's time, and I can't do that because I don't have a P&L.
And
Go ahead.
who's produced that P and L every time since you may say I'm responsible for it, but since day one, have I ever printed one out? I'm working on it, but have I ever been the one that did that work? Ever?
No, sir, but you are the one that has led to the removal of Beer. And you just clearly stated that in your first opening comment of bringing them up. And because of that removal, we do not have a P&L and we do not have reconciled books. That's a fact.
I led to that.
Did you not?
I'm only one person. Can I get rid
You
of?
stated many times that you have 3 votes to anybody that would listen. So did you lead to it or not?
I wouldn't say I led to it. It didn't even get voted.
Hold on. We're not taking comments right now, sir.
This is something that should be done in executive session, not here. We don't need to hear
I
the
actually
discussion.
agree with you.
Mr. Kenny,
You're supposed to be a board working together.
hold on.
That would be nice.
Anything else? General manager report?
Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Good morning. The pool's got water in it. Yeah. Right? So should we be happy for that? Okay. All right, there we go. I've noticed that I have less emails since the pool's been full. And goes to make sure that everybody's happy. I want to, from my last general manager meeting, or sorry, notes, I wanted to clarify something because when I was putting out the finances, I had said the motel was unfavorable. So compared to last year, it doesn't mean we're not making money. It just means we are making less than we did last year. And the same with the RV park. I just wanted to clarify that, so I'll make sure to put year over year. Just so we don't think that we're losing 72,000. We're not, we're just down from last year. And then wanted to clarify that, and make that a known. So staffing, contractors and agreements, we will be engaging Travis Huey as a consultant to assist in creating operational efficiencies for the pro shop. We've talked about this extensively, and he has got some amazing ideas, things that we can work on to help the pro shop. Because at the end of the day, right now, if I want to hire a manager, I don't have a step-by-step process to be able to make somebody succeed. And he is going to help me get that done. And then for operations, we had to engage with MHS / Triumvir or previous Triumvir to assist with our sales tax filing because they're due on Sunday. And when it lands on Sunday, it's not due to Monday. So we're gonna get that done just so we don't have any penalties. Our admin staff, as I said in my last GM notes, that they were gonna be doing training and they were gonna go to Del Rio. But they decided to come here to do the customer service training. And so they'll be doing that on site on the 23rd. RV park rates have been increased. They've needed that for a very long time. And so we went from 30 amps to 40 per night, and then 50 amp sites to 50 per night. And then weekly for the 30 amp, it will be 224, and then weekly for the 50 amp, it'll be 840. Motel rates have been increased by $10 per day while the pool is full and usable to bring in that extra income, because most motels or hotels do seasonal pricing when it's peak season, and right now with the pool, I would consider that very peak. And then also after working with Aaron, I'll be sending out a new RFP request for proposal for street striping. He gave me some really good pointers for we need to send that out. I can't think of the word. Oh, yeah, RFP, there you go, RFP. So then that way we can get some more bids and it should maybe reduce the cost that we were asking for when we sent it out, or I sent it out prior. Volunteers, friendly partnership support. A volunteer that I know of that did some cleanup was Memo. He was doing some, yeah, well, you were out there, you're sending me pictures of mesquites in your back of your pickup, so he did a lot of cleaning up. Projects, potholes, landscaping. The potholes in unit 14 and 15 have been completed. We're moving into unit 1. Marketing is currently working on hunting packages, which will include the hotel when it's completed. Stables, I believe Philip said that they were mowed again because of all the rain.
They need to be mowed again.
Oh, they do. So he didn't get to it. Okay, all right. He said he was going to try, but there was so much that he was helping. Oh, so, then we, also, Jason will give an update on Ojo. Forged, oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading my old one. Okay. Oh, so all the room was repainted with the current color red by the pool, which everybody noticed, I hope. And then we are working on a project to present to the board. I haven't said it yet, but I thought I would put it out there. So we have some metal at the airport that is left over. And because we don't have trees in some of our sites, we will do an alteration form to see if I can get approval. But we'd like to take 5 sites and build a shade over some of those sites that don't have any. Which could be an additional extra income, because we could charge an additional $5 or $10, because now they'll have shade over picnic tables. And so we're gonna work on that and then see what the board says over that. Events, July 4th, I would say, in my humble opinion, was a total success. There were some hiccups, but at the end of the day, I think it was amazing. And so was the concert that we did as well. We had, Dickman was full, and it was
Little over
beautiful.
70.
It was amazing. I think it brought tears to some people's eyes on how beautiful the music was. So thank you so much, Elizabeth. It was amazing. We collected $1,860 in sponsorship donations for the 4th. And that came from Napa, Geo, Rio Grande, Pat Stephenson and her husband, myself, Tony Hackabee, and the Historical Society. Vendors, costs total that we collected from them was $205, cash $831, from the Cash App $302, from the bar $475.04, and then with our sponsors all together, we brought in $3,673.04. And you know, I was very excited. And with our expenses, which came out to $2,248.78, we made a profit of $1,424.26, which we were extremely happy about. Next thing I like is I had made a promise, either have a speaker at the time, but I didn't have time to put it on the agenda, to give a small update on the monthly groundwater. KCG CD does not have any authority or jurisdiction over 1285 exempt wells in the county. Most landowners in the county use exempt wells. They also have no control over the city as well. They have no control over the rainfall, have no control over water being pumped outside our county, and they have no control over surface water. The state of Texas owns surface water rights. They do not have the authority to curtail permitted pumping during times of drought only. Although FCS MUD's permit of approximately 600 acre feet by KCGCD would be subject to these curtailments. The value added by having the creek would be worth added usage restrictions. Most groundwater districts in our area and all groundwater districts with springs to protect do have drought contingency plans in times of drought that curtail permitted pumping. Now, I'm not gonna read the whole thing because I don't want my time to go, but I did put it in the back so everybody can go ahead and look at the back of the list of this. If you have any questions, I think Elizabeth could answer some of those. Because she's very, very knowledgeable in that.
And Jason also.
And Jason also. All right, quick marketing report. Andreas was very nice to get this done for me so I could give you all some information. We are transitioning to CampSpot, which is an online booking software for the RV park. So we're gonna move away from hotels so they can have their own online. The marketing department is currently working on transitioning the RV park reservation system to CampSpot. It is not gonna cost us any money, so when they will have a map online. Anybody can go on there, they'll pick their spots. They can also reserve their spots, which might cost a little bit extra. And how they make their money is for every booking that they get online, which will all be online. We will not be taking booking on phones anymore. We'll put them to, so they can pick their spot. They get 3% of that. If they book, there's also a marketing portion to that, so they are marketing for us as well. If they book on the marketing portion of that, they would get 10%. So if it's $40, they get $4. So that's how they make their money. We don't pay anything other than using the software, which is really awesome. And it's a, we can cancel at any time. So there's no penalties. It's a 30-day notice if we decide we don't like them. But I think it's gonna be really good. We did the program together. It's easy to use. It's gonna be nice. So anyway, it'll be a nice upgrade for the RV park. It does revenue tracking. I can pull reports. It can tell me where people come from. We can send people letters because we'll have all the information in there. So it's gonna help us keep track of all the people that come in and rent at our RV park. Billboard advertising update, our current static billboard on Highway 90. Andreas did some research on this, and it's $4,095 per year. And with each content update charged at $405 per year. The contract expires in 2026 of February. And he was exploring cost-saving alternatives with greater flexibility and reach. And a successful agreement can be made with digital billboard vendor in Del Rio offering unlimited ad changes. And it's on Bedell. I live in Del Rio, so everybody goes down Bedell. They can see this. Annual cost of $3,000, estimated savings $1,000 per year, and has broader visibility in a digital format. And we can change it as much as we want. Put our events in there, and it doesn't cost anything extra. So it's something we're looking at, and we'll talk to the board about that. And of course, you know about the Go Texan partnership. Our community engagement events, ribbon cutting ceremony was supposed to be July 15th, but with the rain, we had to postpone it. And then Kinney County Chamber of Commerce mixer was done out at the pro shop so we could showcase the golf course. It turned out amazing. We did a theme for prohibition, so everybody dressed up. So it was Brushville Chamber of Commerce that come, and I thought it was very successful. And then digital and social media growth. Our newly launched public Facebook page has seen strong growth in just 2 months. We now have 190 followers, 600 plus views per post on average. Upcoming event, Wedding and Quinceañera Expo. We're partnering with Beyond the Decor, and remember, we're not making money, it's partnering. Not gonna cost us anything. To host a wedding and quinceañera expo in September. This event will showcase our venue offerings and highlight Fort Clark Springs as a beautiful, unique setting for special occasion. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's gonna be here, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have one in Del Rio, one here.
Okay. And then Andreas is working on Travel to Fort campaign coming soon. We are developing new visitor engagement initiatives called Travel to Fort, launching in August. Guests will receive a passport booklet and upon entry, and visitors will collect custom designed stamps at key historical sites, which will give them the opportunity to go and visit all of our historical buildings. Kind of like you do in a state park, you know, you get a passport and you get a stamp. That's what they'll be able to do here. And then visit the Ford campaign launch, also launching in August. A broader campaign will showcase the Fort Clark Springs amenities and natural beauty through social media promotions, radio news ads, and short form commercials. And then equipment investment that we had used, and that's part of our marketing costs, and our marketing cost is still very low. To strengthen in-house content and production and reduce marketing costs, we have a drone that will allow us to capture stunning aerial footage of Fort and events, providing, because if you notice when you go on our Facebook, Andres is always putting little videos on there that showcase everything at different times of our fort, which I think is really awesome to see. And then on the for Clark Spring website is currently undergoing improvements. And all of the communication that was sent to us of things to address on that has been addressed. And so if anybody has any suggestions, please send them to Andreas and then he will answer that. And then we're going to have a dedicated events page has been added, where all upcoming events will be happening at the port are listed in one central location. And that's it. Yep, that is it for my general management. Sorry, it was so long.
We sure the DLP gentleman here?
Yes, is he up next?
Yes.
Martine, we have a special guest that would like to address our members and the board from DLP.
Morning, folks.
And you can just use this there, and you can take it out or however you'd like to do it.
My name is Martin Movica, and I represent DOP Services, the company that is a calendar contracted to do the landscaping work. I'm here because there were some issues, some hiccups.
You gotta be close to the mic.
Where,
Yeah, I
well,
think
I'm trying to face you guys. Anyways,
Yeah.
there have been
So imagine you're talking to the camera, and that's your mic, and they will see you, and so will every people. A lot of people are watching this on. Well,
okay.
Zoom, yes.
yeah.
Good to know. Anyway, there have been some hiccups. We've had the contract active for maybe a couple of months. And for me, I've run large companies. I've managed over 2,000 employees, and the main thing is communication. We have had some opportunities to communicate. Certain expectations were promised, not all of them were met. This is the perfect opportunity for me to come here and introduce the way I look at this relationship. Back in 1982, that was my freshman year away from college at the University of Texas. I came and I was employed here at Fort Clark Springs, so I used to office here selling properties. So when I came across Mrs. Callender and we started talking about service, this was actually more a labor of love for me. She presented her vision, her dream for the property. For me, this is an oasis. You guys living in a oasis community. This is truly beautiful, beautiful country. As a consultant, I've traveled. I visited 38 of the states in the United States. I've been up in Canada. I've seen beautiful, beautiful country. I am from Del Rio. As you guys know, it's very, very dry. But then you have this little oasis here that a lot of people aren't familiar with. So for me, this is beautiful. This is actually beautiful. And I'd like to be part of what makes it even better. My commitment for this meeting is to attend these meetings on a monthly basis so that I can get a better understanding of what the expectations are. Because at this point, I recognize now that the client isn't just the state of office. The clients are everybody in this room. This young lady over here was talking about, I believe, stables that needed to get done. These are the kind of things that I need to know so that we can make extra efforts, special efforts to make sure that we're not just doing the job, but adding value to this community. Some of the other areas where we can provide value. I read here that you guys are wanting to invest in street striping equipment. Well, that's one of the things that we can do as part of the service agreement that we have. The service agreement was only for the landscaping, but you know what? This is not a transaction for us. This is a relationship that we're looking for, a long-term relationship. I'd love to be involved with the board here, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, another 43 years from now. But street striping is something that we can take care of for you guys as part of the agreement. There's a very, very nice tennis court that really needs some work. That's something also that we can work on to make, to kind of bring it back to life for the community, for the residents and the kids to enjoy. There were some other areas. We have a food construction company. There were a couple of halls that needed some renovation. That's something that also we can work into the agreement. So this, again, it's not just a transaction that we're seeking. We're actually seeking a relationship, a long-term relationship. When I priced the price of the contract, it wasn't necessarily as a business decision. It was more because of the vision that I was I guess exposed to. So I'm here to commit to you guys that we're here to provide value, not just do whatever is necessary. Part of the cost savings to you guys and what we do is our employees, we cover all of their taxes. FUTA, SUTA, workman's comp, any kind of insurance. Every one of our employees is drug screened, so you're not going to have anybody that's going to cause accidents around here. We do background checks on everyone. I don't know if you guys know, but DOP services, we service all the migrant camps that popped up when all the illegals started coming in, from Brownsville all the way to California, all the Rio Grande. Right now, we just secured another contract with the federal government at Fort Bliss and El Paso. So we handle a lot of that. And in all of those situations, the governmental entity, or even all the school districts that we service around here, those, that administrative office are the clients or the customers. But this is the community, and the client or the customers are you guys, or all the residences here. So what I'd like to do is commit to being able to attend these meetings on a regular basis to get a better understanding of where the needs are, where the attention should be, so that we can really truly bring this community to its true potential. It's beautiful as is, but as you guys know, you guys are investing in the community to make it better. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a question real quick. You mentioned striping.
Yes, sir.
We have a contract, right now we have a contract with you. Yeah, just for clarification purposes, is that gonna be extra? That's gonna be part of the
No,
contract?
sir. No, that's part of, when you're in a transaction, you stick to the contract. But again, for me, this is a labor of love because I used to walk this property as a 18, 19-year-old, and I loved it here. After the end of the day, I would go and splash into the pool before I headed home. So this is like a homecoming for me.
And you have the
So
striping,
something
you have
like
the
that.
striping machine?
Oh, we have all.
You have the people that know how to do it?
Absolutely.
And how quick would that be done? How soon could that be done?
I would have to work out with a schedule with you guys. You give me, a timeline, I'll check with my construction company and get the equipment out here and get the people to do it.
So within a reasonable amount of time?
Absolutely. The biggest challenge that we face right here has been just on the landscaping. As you know, this wet weather is a little bit more than we've experienced in the past. So our crews have been, operating at capacity. As of 2 weeks ago, I brought in more, so we should not have a shortage of employees here. Yesterday, we brought in big tractors. So, that's the commitment that I had made to Charlena. Unfortunately, I do travel a lot, so there was a little a hiccup in the communication chain, but that's why I'm here. And my commitment is to attend these meetings every month so that I can listen to you guys and really deliver not necessarily what you need, but also what you want. So,
Questions? Anybody have questions?
No, thank you for coming to the meeting, first of all, and thank you for saying that you would attend the ones after this, but
yes, sir.
I personally don't think that's necessary. I mean, I think as long as you and Charlene are communicating well, if there are concerns, they go straight to her anyway, so I would hate to have to make you show up, a Saturday out of your busy life to come here to hear complaints that easily can be relayed by the general manager.
Well,
But I appreciate that.
well, I really do appreciate the segue here. That's how important this is to us. Again, it's not just a transaction. No, for me, Fort Park Springs, that kind of brings me back. I'm 63 years old. This brings me back to my, teen and 20 year age. So no, I'm committed to doing whatever it takes to make everybody here happy because we all have a need, but we also have a want. And I'm here to commit to doing both. Giving you guys what you need, which is a beautifully landscaped environment. But what is it you want? You guys want a premier property. And you guys know that if big time developers even found out about Fort Park Springs, oh my gosh, can you imagine? They'd be lining up to buy up this community. You guys really have something special here, and I'd like to be part of beautifying it and making it, beautiful for the next 50 years and the next generations to come. Any questions?
Sure, you have anything to add?
Yes.
How, your contract with them is for X dollars.
Yeah.
How are you gonna stripe and not have to charge extra money for striping? You're saying it's built in?
That's something that I could afford to do, just as added value. Again, I'm a CFO, I'm an accountant. So I know the importance. I don't manage by dollars, I manage by percentages. If I can squeeze a percentage here and there, that's what it's all about. So my commitment is doing whatever it takes to make you guys happy. Like this young lady was talking about disabled. All of the events that are happening, if there are special events or special needs that need to happen, you just need to let us know and we'll facilitate it. Okay. The hiccup, was just a slip in communication between. Charlie.
And the only thing I saw with your yard crews is back when it was dry, you had guys out there mowing dirt. And it's like, do they not have a supervisor? Because you're off traveling, you're saying, but they need a supervisor here watching what they were doing because they were wasting time and money.
Well, that's one of the reasons that, communication between Charlene and I will improve, because I guess, I think you guys do have a gentleman here, Philip, that should be able to help. And my guys take directions and guidance from him. And that's where the slip up in communication is, because I do call Philip every once in a while and I say, how are we doing? Oh, everything is okay. I should have gone directly to Charlene and find out, are the residents happy with the service they're receiving? So, no, your point is valid, and that's one of the reasons that, I
I
am.
mean, most crews have a supervisor.
And that is one thing, but like I said,
And she can't do it.
no, you're absolutely right. And we were looking to Philip to fill that role. And so I just need to make sure that Philip and I are clear on the expectations of communication. He needs to understand that if something's not right, he needs to let me know. He's not gonna hurt my feelings. That's part of the expectation. So what you're saying is valid. So, and again, that's part of the reason that I'm here, is to work out those little things so we can drive some efficiency.
So you own this company?
No, sir. One of the directors, one of the two directors. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I, as a member, would love to have you come to our board meetings and hear what we have to say, because it wasn't that just mowing the dirt. What we had where I live is the guys taking, and I watched them on one occasion, 2 hours and 45 minutes break, where they sat in residential property, just taking a nap and, texting or whatever they were doing. And at 3:45, they left, which I assumed 4 o'clock was, and I did let Charlene know about that, but there were 5 other people in my community that saw the same thing at different times. So, so my thing was that they de-supervised.
Yes, ma'am, and that is, actually, that's the Dr. Camp's back. Charlene to send me those pictures, and I said, you know what? No, it's not. So I do recognize what you're saying. And again, we do have a supervisor that runs the crews. I'm not trying to demean Phil. I just need to make sure that we're on the same page, so that.
But it's still employed by the board?
Yeah.
Because he shouldn't be supervising them.
Exactly. So Max
He has other duties.
Max is the lead.
Yeah.
And
So-
Max talks with Philip. Philip's
Yeah.
not supervising, but he's just making sure, because my understanding, they still are learning all the units, but he has Max, but Max hasn't always been here. And that was
He's just a point of contact.
who Max?
Your employee that talks to whoever.
Yes, he's just.
He needs a
yeah.
supervisor that's gonna
Yes.
watch these guys sitting on the
Yes.
butt. And
And that was the problem. His name is Max.
Yeah.
He wasn't here all the time.
And this right here, this is the exchange. This is what I need to know. You're absolutely right. We do have a supervisor, and he should be a little bit more engaged. We just went on, communication that was not the proper channels. And so my commitment is to strengthen that communication, define the expectations a little clearer, and make sure that we're providing you guys with what you need. And no excuses on slip-ups like that. So, just so you'll know, and again, I'm not making excuses, but all of our folks are background checked, drug screened. And so because we do a lot of school districts, so they have to be allowed to be around children and make sure the children are safe, especially with what happened in the I'll address it, or had been addressed already. So thank you for heads up. And it's with these comments that I'm able to provide you guys with what you need. Yes, ma'am.
I'm incredibly attached to the historical part. I'm attached to this whole place, but everybody knows I walk, Memo and I speak to each other every day. I walk somewhere between 4 and 6 miles in the historic district and around the parade ground. And there used to be something here called the Cavalry Brigade, and many of us helped with that. We're all getting older, but I've mentioned it to Charlene, and one of the things that concerns me is we always come at something as a complaint. But I think it might be better if we suggested what our needs are and then you could address them. And so I mentioned this to Charlene Memo and I had just as we passed, there's an incredible mud flow on the parade ground that goes all the way out into the street and covers sidewalks. There are rocks and limbs everywhere that are not picked up. So when you mow, you can't really mow good because you've got to set it high enough, you know. Also, the mesquite brambles, whatever they're called, they're now growing in between the asphalt and the curb. I walk by them every day and I keep thinking, I did ask, can I get clippers and put some remedy or whatever on it? But you know, that's a decisions. We're very cautious around here about how we do things and environmentally and all of that kind of stuff. So I would just like to bring up, and is there a way that we can approach you and say, this is what I see needed, rather than waiting till we see something we don't like and complaining? So I feel very honored that you would show up today and ask, because I've been walking. I walk out in the street now because the mud is so bad, I can't walk on the sidewalks. You'll slip and fall. And so, I would love for you to walk around the parade ground with me, because I think you'll see what I'm talking about. And I think there are many of us that would kind of help if we needed to.
As long as you ask me to walk slowly, I'm grabbing favorite, so.
Well, I'll take you on my golf cart. Now, so you can see me. So,
But, you know, to your point, me being here, it's it's reactive. I would love to get to the point where we're proactive and addressing things, you know,
Sure.
in a positive way. And again, I think this is the best thing for me to attend with, to get your perspective as well as the board's perspective.
Ms. Lonja, add to Sandra's comment, relative to a walk I did yesterday with preservation at one of our historic structures, the Bush Theater, which is suffering its own version of mudslides into the structure. There clearly are drainage easements that need to be adjusted via grading that will help alleviate some of these issues.
That's how we can provide value to the community.
You can do that?
Yes, absolutely. When we've got equipment, we can bring in heavy equipment and start moving and regrading and redirecting. But those are the things that we need to know about. For now, it's just been mowing and weed eating and stuff. Have we hammered that down? No, that's why I'm here. But my commitment is next, from this point of singularity forward, yes. Then we can start getting to those issues. So no, absolutely. Yeah, that's why I'm here. It's not, again, I can't stress enough that this is not a transaction for me. This is a relationship because of my history with the board. And yeah, if I would have priced this the way I priced the school districts or any of the bases that we have, the cost here would have been 35%. So no, when I priced this, it was to come in here and help Mrs. Cavender realize what she communicated to me as a vision and the goal for this sport that's driven by you guys. So we're not perfect. We are human. We do make mistakes, but it's these communication sessions that will allow us to be able to really truly understand and root ourselves into what the expectations are so that we can deliver.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. I do think you need to come all the time to answer questions to this board, and
I will.
because the buck stops with you.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. That's exactly right. And folks, to his point, it's all about accountability. And that's why I'm here. I take ownership for the missteps that have happened. So you're absolutely right. Yes.
can we have confirmation that before the next mowing happens, that mud will be cleaned up at least, and rocks and limbs picked up before you mow? Can we have confirmation
I
about
would
that?
love to tell you this right now, but then I do telling you without really looking at it, but realize the scope.
My golf cart's available.
Yeah. Yeah, so no.
I'm serious.
If you guys show me and I understand, I will let you know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna say, yeah, we can do that, not be able to do it. I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. And Charlene also, the driving range at the very end of the fort, Fort Clark Road, do you know where the driving
Very
range is? The grass is like knee high. Is that under their responsibility?
Probably one of the things that we haven't.
We'll look good. Okay.
No, well, that might be maintenance of the golf course, though. Yeah, we've got more, I'll talk to Max about that.
Yeah, I didn't know who was supposed to be there.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I have a recycle center that has weeds everywhere, but it's a locked gate, so I'm sure, and then
If you give us a heads up, you know.
yeah, because I'd like to, make sure that gate is unlocked.
I mean, one of the things that I envision, and again, it's not my decision, we all like, I consider it a campus support. This whole little mall area here, all of the houses that are around it, everybody does their own. But we came in and know them all at the same time. They would have uniform, all uniform, but that's something for you guys to consider. But yeah, it's little things like that I need to know so that we can live with that. To your point, I do take ownership. And I will be here if you ever listen and drive it out. So,
Thank you.
I do want to thank Mrs. Callender for the opportunity to serve you guys. And thank you guys for allowing me to come in.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, around the time of the annual meeting before we signed the contract with you, because we were switching boards and we didn't vote on the contract until after that,
Yes, sir.
there was a good amount of cleanup that you guys did around the pool area. We were under the impression that that was kind of like a demo to get us to really want to sign that contract, but I believe we got billed $3,600 and paid you for that. Do you have any comment on that?
Did you get an invoice for that, sir? Okay, well, I'll have to look at that because no, that was supposed to be more of a, absolutely. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Thank you.
And if that's true, then that's $3,600 to your positive. So no, see, these are the little missteps in communication that occur. And every dollar is important. So good point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
And I did bring that donuts and kolaches in the back. So
Before we go on to committee reports, I want to do a quick shout out. Today is Miss Sharon Gregor's birthday. She's my neighbor and friend, so I wish her a happy birthday. I got that.
39 and holding.
Airport committee,
Thank you.
airport committee, nothing. Architectural committee, Mr. Kinney, come on down.
Frances sent me her report, so I'll just read it to you. It'd be the best thing to do. She said, we've had very few permit requests this month. Of the ones we have had, we have sent one to you today for a variance decision, which we were talking about just at the beginning. See, and we've tabled one more for information. We're working on a compliant from Unit 21, and we're sending out letters of violation. She says, earlier in the year, we brought cases to you that we had maxed out our violations on, and you voted to place a lien on the properties. Those liens need to be reported at the courthouse, so they will be on the property. If the owner tries to sell, and the board secretary needs to notify the owners by mail that the liens have been replaced.
Thank you. Golf committee. Reservation, Wisconsin.
We're in a cycle right now of doing bids for three properties. The Post Theater, the Seminole Building, and the MCO Building. We have one bid, we contacted three contractors, two have responded. We have a bid coming in on Monday. The other contractor thinks it'll be Wednesday when he comes here, goes through the buildings with me, and then we'll make his bid if he's interested. So that's kind of where we are. As Aaron stated, we looked at the drainage for the Post Theater, although that's not in our purview. It needs to be addressed, and so we'll move forward.
I want to reinforce, as discussed previously, preservation is the shell of the structure, and what's occurring is a site drainage issue, damaging the shell.
Thank you, Aaron. The other thing, we had a call from the art studio, from the art club, And so we went as a group and looked at the concerns they're having. We're having water when it rains is coming in and covering on their floor. So we're doing a step-by-step process, and actually the people who are in charge of the art club are doing that. And we're going to be working with them because again, we're responsible for the shell of the building. But this is happening also in the interior. We don't know exactly where the water's coming in, so it may be a fourth repair that we're gonna have to talk to Charlie about. Because you are the landlords of this rental building. That's all I have.
I just have one question. You mentioned 3 buildings are being investigated right now. Which is the number?
Investigated.
Well, in the order, you mentioned 3 buildings. I just want to know the order. What's the pecking order y'all gonna take?
We always do the buildings with markers first. They take priority.
And which one's that one?
That would be the NCO building, Seminole, and the Post Theater.
Okay.
Which all have markers.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. For her or us?
I don't know if this would matter. Kevin Stevens, who's the president of the Men's Association 503 for the golf course, he sent me an email, but he didn't ask me to read it of what they're doing. And I don't know if you'd like me to read that to give everybody an
Go ahead.
update.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. From Kevin Stevens, it says the Men's Association had its monthly meeting, and during the meeting, we discussed several topics. We are moving forward on 2 different tournaments, and both of them should be annual tournaments, the HGA and Club Championship. I will let you know more on the tournaments once we have things nailed down. We are also working on replacing all of the tee box markers. Most of the needed supplies for the tee box markers have been donated by local businesses, and the rest of the supplies are being purchased by the Men's Association. During the meeting, the course marshal requested that the board provide alternate means of payment, like Cash App or Venmo at the front door for the customers that play before the clubhouse opens. And Andreas is working on that. This should allow them to check and make sure the individuals have paid before they start playing. And he suspects that there are people playing that have not paid. Unfortunately, there's people out there that are not honest. And then he said, it's amazing what a little rain will do for the golf course and for it in general. If you need anything from me or the Men's Association, please let me know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Recycle. Come on down.
Hello, everybody. We sent a shipment May 29th, and that was great. And it takes 6 weeks to get paid. And I got a message from them saying the check is in the mail. So if you believe that, that's it. That's my report.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and it'll be another couple of months before we get the money from the shipment that was done the end of June for cardboard. So we're coming into some money, hopefully.
Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it.
You volunteered.
Community council? Anybody representing community council?
We're
Okay. Hi, sorry.
we're having fun.
This month we had no email votes. Old unfinished business. This has been an ongoing topic on topics. This month it'll be announced again, but we're gonna have a special meeting regarding the budget, which will explain the situation regarding whether or not the board will vote for or against raising the HOA fees in August. We will be voting for that in August. But before that, we're gonna have a budget meeting next Saturday, same place, same time next week. Staples update, Mr. Chairman?
I've sent an RFP to preservation for bids on the emergency structural repair, which does not include full spectrum of desired stables improvements, as Ms. O'Brien has been generating a list and also raising funds.
I have just shy of $3,000.
Do you want to come up and speak and say?
No, I just want to say. I'm just-
Shy, which means what you have 2,999?
Well, I think you're looking at 2,950
Fabulous. Are you still taking donations?
every minute.
All right, folks.
Yeah,
Stable
if
needs
the
some work.
membership, if the
Give me some
membership,
donations. If you want to make a donation, make it to Ms. Linda O'Brien.
gonna try to get more people in the barn in the future so they see where we're dealing with, what's going on. Elizabeth has offered to entertain them.
At the stables?
You're cooking the beans and
All right.
cornbread.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Definitely.
Motel update, Mr. Al?
For our last meeting, Mr. Guzman asked me to inquire with the engineers about how much it would cost for them to review the scope that I've been putting together for them. I did talk to them, and the initial request was a little confusing because what that leads to is basically asking them for an engineering proposal, which is not what we are doing. So I had to make that clear with them that we're not specifically requesting an engineering request. And I hadn't intended on mentioning this, but just so it's clear for everyone, the amount of time and hours spent on this. If I were billing for my services, we would be approximately at $10,000 in fees for me. And this project for that engineer would be as it is mostly an engineering endeavor. It's not much of a design endeavor. The time spent by me is necessary for the engineer to do their work. However, as I say to everyone, engineers don't draw, they trace. So someone has to do the drawings for them first. However, an engineering fee for a structure like this for the work entailed likely would be in the 20,000 and up range. Just to be clear for everyone, the level of work that is being donated, including by the engineers. So they charged us, $350 to come out here and spend half a day inspecting the structure, which is a wonderful deal. And the remaining work to do is primarily engineering work, but in an effort to prevent engineering fees, I am effectively putting together all the engineering details I can muster so they can just advise on which they approve or how to modify them. All that said, they told me they are 6 to 8 weeks out to be able to do this 2 weeks ago. So 4 to 6 weeks. The more I do, that would typically be in their scope, the less time it will take them, the easier I might be able to get it to slip in. So that is my sustained effort. It's night and weekend chore for me regularly. However, as I do work full time, I want to mention this task is better spent in a 4 to 6 hour straight session, so you can really get into it because it's a detail heavy endeavor. As such, it for me is slower because I'm typically investing 1 to 2 hours at a time or half a day out here after a meeting, inspecting the buildings. So that's the update. We're in the queue with the engineer. I'm continuing to develop the details, so hopefully they don't have to do much. And prior to them doing anything per request, I will ask them for an estimate on the amount of time and fee that they would charge us. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Next item on the list, under discussion and possible action items. First, number 1, amendment to bylaws. Should we have the secretary read those letters first? Before the discussion?
They are they are member discussion items. So this isn't a possible action item. This was submitted to the membership in its entirety as required by our governing documents as a vote. So it is actually an action item. So there will be a vote. Furthermore, I would like to point out that this is not a new this is not a new discussion. We had a discussion in our last session specifically about the amendment, and previously about the position. And I believe that the arguments being presented, the discussions being had, are often a rehash of the same points. And the reality is that with discussion, we can then inform the vote. However, we cannot avoid the discussion on an action item. We have to. But I would just like to say that in an effort to keep the meeting going and streamlining, that we stay on topic, specific to what this item is, and then we just take a vote.
John? Any discussion?
I make a motion, we accept the amendment that's written. I had sent out last month's packet to the board asking for any comments or changes that they wanted to make. I had felt like that the amendment followed what the attorney was suggesting, what his comments were. We had sent the article over to the attorney and we did get an answer back. His reply was that it was an ambiguous, the way it was written, and to clarify the fact that there are 5 of us and appointing an assistant treasurer did not have to be an elected official.
Pardon, Sharon. If it's a brief history, I have already put together the dates and times, things said, including the lawyer's words, including the votes. I can read that. It is recorded history now. Just so everyone is brought right from the last several meetings and including the board discussions, emails, etc. I can read that. So that we're just briefly brought back up to speed on how we got here.
Go ahead.
May 17th board meeting. Motion passed 3-2 to assign member to assistant treasurer under condition of attorney review. Quote, I make the motion that we appoint Travis Huey today, subject with no authority, access, or anything else until verified by the attorneys. If the attorneys approve it, then he will be appointed as our vote states today. And if not, we will work with the attorneys on how to make it happen, end quote. May 27th. Board unanimously agrees to wording of questions to our HOA lawyer. Email sent by Mr. Guzman, President of the Board of Directors. Mr. Cummings, the directors have approved the wording below. Please review and respond. Thank you. The Fort Clark Springs Association Board of Directors recently voted 3-2 to appoint assistant treasurer. The motion passed with the condition that the appointee will not have access to financial systems until legal counsel is consulted. We request your clarification on 1, whether the bylaws, Article B, Section 1 and 3, allow the board to appoint assistant treasurer who is not a director. 2, whether any further action beyond the majority board vote is required to finalize the appointment. Please confirm if this appointment is compliant with our governing documents and applicable Texas law, respectively. Mr. Guzman. June 12th, attorney response. As to your questions, 1, whether the bylaws, Article B, Section 1 and 3 allow the board to appoint assistant treasurer who is not a director. The cited provision provides that officers, quote, shall be duly elected directors, end quote. Yes. Yet, those sections also provide for board appointments, which could be argued in distinct from elections of directors. The quote, elected directors language sentence of Article B, Section 1 is followed by a listing of the following positions: President, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer. One could argue that those four offices are the only intended elected directors who serve as officers. It goes on to state that the association may also have, at the discretion of the board, one or more additional vice presidents, one or more assistant secretaries, and one or more assistant treasurers. Or other officers as may be appointed by the provisions of Section 3, Article B. It is also noted that one person may hold two or more offices, except those of president and the secretary. One could argue that those appointed subordinate or other officers other than president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer do not have to be, quote, elected directors, quote, as long as they are not the president or the secretary. In sum, it is open to different interpretations. For example, one, the requirement to be a director applies only to the four leading officer positions, not to subordinate appointed officers such as assistant treasurers. Or two, the requirement for an officer being an elected director applies to all officers, subordinate or not. From a practical standpoint, the former, number one, makes the most sense. But I recommend addressing this issue through an amendment to the bylaws. Without knowing what sort of precedent or course of conduct, if any, has been accepted by the membership before this issue, I would err on the side of caution until an amendment is approved. Take the latter number two position, that an appointed officer needs to be also an elected director, whether subordinate or not. Two, whether any further action beyond the majority board vote is required to finalize the appointment. I am of the opinion that only a majority vote by the board at a meeting where there was a quorum will be all that is needed to finalize the appointment. Thank you. Josh Cummings. June 21st, BOD meeting. Attorney's letter read to the membership and update. Amendment to bylaws discussion ensued. Amendment to be presented at next board meeting. This meeting. Board meeting minutes. Number 6, update. Assistant treasurer. Board has power to appoint assistant treasurer. June 30th. Board communication. Board given amendment by secretary for review and comment. All directors responded. No comments were requested for any revisions. President requests dispatch to GM. June 14th. Amendment announced to membership via dispatch. Hello members, please see important update below. Clark Springs Association Board of Directors are recommending Article B, Section 3, supporting officers of the bylaws be amended as follows. The Board of Directors may appoint other officers, including subordinate officers or assistants who need not be duly elected officers of the association. As the business of the association may require, each of whom shall hold office for such period of such authority and perform such duties as are provided in the bylaws, whereas the board determines. The BOD will vote on the amendment to the bylaw on July 19th, 2025 during regular board meeting held in the boardroom at 9 a.m. The bolded and underlined 15 added words represent the amended change to the bylaw. Clark Springs Association. And that brings us to today.
I make a motion that we,
Please.
I make a motion that we accept the amendment as written, following the attorney's advice.
I say,
Discussion.
it's a motion and a second.
How are we gonna motion before any directors have a conversation about this? Under
Discussion.
Right.
with the precedent that new information, as since what you just read, this amendment had not been established or built prior to the last meeting, right? So now we have an amendment that's out for the members to read, that they can formulate new opinions, new ideas. And not just members, but the board as well. It wasn't present in the last meeting, but we're not gonna have a discussion about any of that.
We are.
There is a format to avoiding the discussion, but actually that's not what I'm. So I rescind that for the purpose of points to be made, so that there's transparency.
We have letters to be read too.
I followed the instructions in last month's board packet. I included a letter with the amendment in it. I asked, I put a step-by-step summary provided by the attorney regarding the assistant treasurer matter. I've compiled the necessary supporting documents, which are included in your board packet for review. I had an item follow-up discussion already listed in old business at the last meeting. And I asked for anybody to let me know if they had any concerns last month, if they had any concerns about this. There's an email chain that went out. And the final comment on this memo said for Charlene to go ahead and dispatch it out to the members so that the members could look at it.
Notice, it was for the notice to the membership.
A notice to the membership, which completes that chain of giving the directors a month's notice, giving the members their notice. It does not require a member vote, according to the attorney, but it was transparency to let you know that we were following the attorney's direction to clarify what was in this article, that they do not have to be elected officials. They operate under the direction of the board. At any time, we don't feel that we need them. They're gone. They are background checked. They are not in our financial records.
No.
Now we're having a discussion.
So I'm just saying, I followed the procedure. The procedure gave y'all a month. In my line of emails, I got a deal. Okay, from Aaron, okay, go for it. Nobody commented back. Nobody made any comments for a month. I got the chain of emails. Okay, go for it. Jason said
there was an agreement. to the wording.
Jason said, fine, either way, on the language. Aaron said he's fine with it. And John, you said you had no comment on the email that I received, that you had no comment at that time. And now you have comments.
See, it's an open session, Sharon. That's the way it works. This is open session.
I know.
Now, I can write all the emails all I want. Are you just gonna read them to the public or are we gonna hide them?
No.
No, that we talk about the issues here. We don't talk about the issues in an email.
And we should have talked about it at the last meeting.
But the
Or in
amendment,
between the meeting.
the amendment was
before
not
I-
on the agenda in the last meeting. It's on the amendment now.
It
It's
was on the
now.
agenda at the last meeting. It was in your board
Amendment to the
packet.
bylaws was on it was in our packet, but it was not on the agenda. Amendment to the bylaws was not on the agenda.
The respectfully, the agenda item was update on assistant treasurer, in which the amendments were brought up and discussed.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Hold on a second. Just give me a minute. Hold on. We have to get those letters. We have to read those letters, but I want to make clarification regarding, and Jason, you can please expound on it. You mentioned that the assistant treasurer didn't have access to our financials. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Is that correct? Okay, what does he have access to at this
I have to
since last week?
resend that.
What does he have access to since he was appointed?
QuickBooks.
Okay, full access or partial access?
Full access.
Full access, Scavenger, is that correct? Okay. So
And
that's,
building.
I think the proper order of business is in the vote's probably gonna go where it doesn't, that doesn't even matter. But when you put something on the agenda that says amendment to bylaws, the board then has to discuss it and the membership, not by law, but by our own procedures, is allowed to voice their opinion. I don't think we need to break that system today. They were not aware of the amendment prior to the last meeting. The amendment was put out after the last meeting. It was dispatched after the last meeting. So that's all new information to the members. And I think the members, in my opinion, should have the right to voice their opinion on the matter.
but first, can you read those letters, please? The email we received?
I would like for prior to member discussion to commence, for the board discussion to be
Okay,
complete as per our normal operation.
that's fine. Any further discussion?
I'm just gonna say I'm not in favor. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a bad precedent. And we should never be making decisions for one individual of the board, no matter who it is, and that we should make decisions for the whole of the board. I just think this leads us down a bad road, in my opinion.
Agreed,
Hold on.
agreed.
Hold on.
Let me speak then. Yes, this was my idea. It was. I would have never even thought that the bylaws needed to change, but I read it and what the attorney said was the most practical way to interpret it. That's the way I read it, so that's when I proposed it. Then it was said, we need to discuss with the attorneys what needs to be done. And the attorney came back with the most logical way to read it is that you can appoint assistants that are not have to come from the 5 people. It's a pretty limited set we have here. I can only pick someone from here. If there's someone else that has a financial background, that can't do it because it has to come from the limited 5 amount of people in here, which none of us have a financial background. I have a software development background, but I'm certainly not an accountant. No one else on here is either. And so the attorney recommended that we clarify one part of the bylaws, and I wrote it in the shortest, most simple way that changed as little as possible as I possibly could. 15 words. There's not some secret agenda. No one's how's anyone going to benefit? Is it a benefit of one person? Benefit of who? Of what? Getting to do something for free for the board? Who's benefiting from this? If everyone thinks that my intention is to get some advantage to me or give some advantage to some group, what's the advantage? What's the end game? It's not. I'm here spending my time trying to do what I think is best to get our thing straightened out. And if you don't agree with that, I'm sorry, but we're the ones that are in here living this every day. We're the ones sitting in these hours-long executive sessions. We're the ones that we've talked to the consultants. We are the ones that have been inside the QuickBooks. As a matter of fact, how many people at this table have logged into our QuickBooks? Me, you, and Sharon. That's it. No one else in here has seen one line out of QuickBooks, not one.
I have seen lines out of QuickBooks. I have sat in meetings with Lisa and gone through QuickBooks in the past.
All right, so you stared at the screen when someone else was clicking on it, but you have not ever dug into it yourself. So, it's not a major change. It's just a clarification of something that's ambiguous in there. Why did no one else in the history of the board ever have an assistant? You gotta ask me. You can't ask me. Ask someone else because I read it in there. And then also one of those letters states that why is Jason just needing this now when he's been on the board for 3 years? One, I've been on 2 years on the board because I just got a Facebook message of 2 years ago, memo swearing me in. And memo, did I not try to get Al Reagan as assistant treasurer well more than a year ago? Have I not been discussing this in various meetings? It's not a new idea that I come up with.
I know you asked about it, and I know you asked Al, and Al told you no.
Well, that's because I was trying to look for someone with a financial background that could assist us without charging a lot of money. Someone that's invested in this place, that knows our business and knows what's going on around here. It has nothing to do with special things about any one person or me or anything else. I would have taken Al Reagan a year ago if he would have accepted it, and I'd imagine that I wouldn't be getting this kind of pushback if it had been Al Reagan or someone else. But that's just my opinion.
I think there's several things to point out. The board used to be 7 members. I don't know how many people know that. It used to be 7 members, so you have 3 directors at large. That's the purpose of the bylaw written the way that it is. It's not ambiguous. It's very clear that it would have had to be somebody from the board. And it's something else. I deal with lawyers pretty much on a daily basis. And when a lawyer says from a practical standpoint, the application of that in this situation is that what he's saying is that we are the board. You're right. We are the board. We govern this association. So when a lawyer says from a practical standpoint, there no steps have to be taken beyond a majority vote of the board in quorum. That just means we can do whatever the heck we want to do. But at the end of the day, it may not be legal. It may not be right. We may get, pushback from the members, and we may have to remedy that. We may have to make it right, or we may have whatever action comes after that. That's what practical means. And then also, you made the case, you're making the case that, I've been looking for an assistant treasurer for a long time, but you still have not established the need for an assistant treasurer. You have not given a list of duties of this is why we're going to do this. This is why I have to do this. This is where I'm hurting. These are my pain points. None of that's been established. Your response in the meeting was whatever, reports and stuff. And then we don't even have a profit and loss statement this month for the whatever reports and stuff. So I don't even think that you demonstrated the need for this assistant treasurer in my opinion.
I would believe if you look back at that meeting, I said reports and stuff after I'd answered the same question about 4 different times or 3 times. I said, help with reports, help with developing the budget. As a matter of fact, he's going to meet with Charlene on Monday to help get the budget done. She has a very extensive spreadsheet with broken down way far more detail than was ever wanted to be put in by the previous people handling it. And I want it to be the way she wants it.
I want to address the comment about whether it's legal, and another comment regarding the legality. We consulted our HOA attorney.
I didn't say it was illegal. I didn't make that statement.
You said it may, we can do whatever we want, and it may not be legal.
I'm not speaking specifically about this. I'm saying that as a board,
Okay.
we can make decisions and they may not be legal, right? But from a practical standpoint, we can make those decisions and then we may in turn get blowback from that. I'm not speaking specifically about the minutes of the bylaws.
So yes, but just to be clear, in this scenario, we unanimously agreed on questioning to our HOA lawyer. We went through the proper process. It has been clearly communicated every step along the way, as I mentioned in our outline previously. Furthermore, I would also like to point out there's no language in our bylaws that states that the creation of a subordinate officer is dependent on any type of emergency or has to be proven as necessary. It is at the board's discretion to use tools given to it by our bylaws. And in this particular instance, the bylaw said, with the majority vote, the board can establish these types of positions who are, just to be clear, with some of the chatter online, this is an unpaid position. This is not a job. It's voluntary, and there's no voting authority given to these positions. This is another type of volunteer, as we are all volunteers, subject to a higher threshold of scrutiny because of access to our financial system. There has been an NDA, there's been a background check, every hoop that you could possibly throw at this scenario has been done. So in an effort to be transparent and clear and dot all our I's and cross all our T's. So here we are.
And to be clear, there's been more done than's been done for anyone sitting at this table. Did you get a background check? Did you? Did anyone?
We're elected.
Yeah, but still, I mean,
We're elected.
we dotted our
We're
I's,
elected
crossed
and
our
and
T's.
that was our it was our responsibility to tell the election committee whether or not we had a felony or criminal record.
Yes.
Do we have other volunteers? Do our chair committees have background checks? Do any of which are subordinate board positions? Do any of our committees, have they had to go through any sort of rigor like this? No.
An extra set of eyes on the finances is not her.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. You're gonna have a chance. Everyone's gonna have a chance to have a say. Hold on, sir. I have one question, since you brought it up and since it came out in the general manager report. You state here, we'll be engaging Mr. Huey as a consultant to assist in creating operational efficiencies for the pro shop. That's ongoing or that's been done? or-
Point of order, that's not part of
No, it is part of it.
that is not part of the amendment.
It is.
Bylaws.
My question regarding the assistant treasurer position is whether or not there's a conflict. Do you think, or does anybody here think there's a conflict?
Please define conflict.
Well, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
You're asking if there's a
He's
conflict.
gonna be potentially an employee and the assistant treasurer. Is he gonna be able to do
He's not
both?
gonna be an employee.
Oh, he's
It's
a
a 1099 contract.
1099 contract.
Yes,
And he'll be a volunteer as assistant treasurer. No, he's already assistant treasurer volunteer.
yes.
And he,
We have not signed our agreement yet.
okay,
We still have to talk because there's a
That-
change that needs to
that's
be
the
made.
current status of
Yes.
the person in question.
Yes, and I didn't see those things as related, and I have nothing to do with pushing him to get that job or anything else. That's totally between Charlena and Travis. Nothing to do with me, and has absolutely nothing to do with being assistant treasurer.
I don't know if this is the right time to say this, but we extended an olive branch a few board meetings back. And with that olive branch, I took that, and that's hence how Travis and I began talking, so we could work together. Because we need to stop fighting. And to me, that is the first step. He's got fantastic ideas for the pro shop, and I'm gonna let him use his talents to do that and to help me. If it doesn't work out, then however that will play, it will play. If it works out, then it's gonna be not better for the fourth, right? And we're not fighting anymore. Right?
Ultimately, that's what y'all are supposed to be doing, getting along,
Right.
bury the hatchet,
So say thank you.
help the people in the board.
Yeah.
Say thank
That's what
you.
it's about.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion?
Also the whole thing is also an effort to get everybody. There's multiple factions on here. I'm sure you're aware. There's this side of the table and this side of the table. Not this table, but literally, there's people that think a certain way. They don't get along. We got to stop this. Like, are we here to solve problems or fight about problems? That is part of the point of involving people that we're involved in here that have value, can add value to this community. And if we alienate them, then it's just going to be more fighting. And I don't think Charlena wants that. I certainly don't want that. And I don't think anyone sitting here wants that. And the fort certainly doesn't need that.
Any further discussion before you read the letters?
We have a motion and a second.
No, we were saying. The letters haven't been read, Ms. Wolf.
The discussion must ensue for Robert's rules. The discussion
Let's
must.
continue having discussion.
There is a mechanism for ending a discussion and holding a vote, and that threshold is 2/3 vote. I don't believe there's a 2/3 vote in this scenario. So the discussion must ensue.
Charlene, I'd just like to clarify for the record that you spoke to me about Travis being hired and I supported it fully.
Yes, you did.
Travis,
Yes, he
I
supported
want
it.
you to know that when she called me, that I supported it fully for you doing what you're gonna do for Pro Shop. And so, just want you to know
You should all be looking for finances.
Are we done with discussion?
Open to member discussion with
The letters?
the letters.
Please read the letters. Please read the letters. Announce the names of the persons that sent them.
This letter is from Sandra Hagan. This letter is from Sandra Hagan, one of our members. As I stated earlier, she said she could not be here and wanted this letter to be read during the discussion. As a member in good standing and a former director, I am alarmed by the actions of the board and possibly the two new directors to push through changes in the Fort Clark's Association bylaws to enable a specific individual to be unelected assistant treasurer, duly elected director John Wiley, who not currently an officer, but I don't know what she says, that you're not currently an officer, but you
Just
are.
read the letter, please.
Volunteered to assist the treasurer as allowed by the bylaws. For all accounts, Director Wiley is qualified to assist the treasurer. Instead, he was summarily dismissed in favor of a specific unelected member. The treasurer has pushed this issue even though there is no financial or fiduciary emergency We went so far as to try to approve the member's appointment, even though it hadn't been determined whether an elected member qualified to serve. The treasurer has now recommended changing the bylaws to allow or enable the appointment of the specific member. Why now? The treasurer has been in office for more than 3 years. Why does he suddenly and urgently need an assistant subordinate? There should be an important reason to change the bylaw. The treasurer hasn't demonstrated an actual need for an assistant. When asked duties of the assistant, he replied, reports and stuff. It doesn't appear that the treasurer has any idea why he needs an assistant. He just does, and he wants one, this person. As a member, I must ask why. The treasurer should prove he needs help by listing duties for which he needs help. Yes, another concern is the board chooses to change the bylaws to the apparent benefit of just one member. What happens when they want to change the bylaws to benefit another member or a group of members? This bylaw change doesn't appear to help the association to the membership as a whole. Supposedly, this bylaw change is solely to clarify the bylaw. On contrary, the treasurer stated several times that he was going to try to make this appointment happen no matter what. Therefore, the change is not meant to clarify, but to change the bylaws to enable the appointment of a specific unelected member. The treasurer's inconsistent persistence and defensiveness leads me to suspect that there's a hidden agenda here. I sincerely hope not. My opinion should not be construed in any way as showing disrespect for the unelected member. He is not the issue here. He has many fine qualities and experience in many areas. I appreciate his willingness to volunteer. As a member and former director, I'm asking you, please do not approve the change to our bylaws. The change corrects no problem, nor does it benefit the association or membership. You would be setting a bad precedent. Any discussion?
One more sentence.
Please read the code of ethics. You were elected to represent as all members, not just a specific individual or group. Respectfully submitted, Sandy Hagan, Unit 27.
Yes. Next letter.
Yeah, anybody have a discussion? on
Next
that?
letter, then
Next letter.
more member discussion.
Okay. This is from C.D. Benham. I request this letter be read into the minutes. I'm against this action by the board for the following reasons. The membership must vote on bylaw changes. The board does not have the authority to give itself more powers. Others have already spoken to those facts, so I won't repeat chapter and verse here. The proposed change is not a simple clarification of wording. This would create an entirely new board structure. What's next? An assistant board secretary, an assistant board president. The proposed change is too broad as written and sets a bad precedent. The revised proposed assistant treasurer job description sounds a lot like the treasurer's job description. Why do we need 2 treasurers? Past treasurers and other board members, for that matter, have been able to exercise their duties without needing an assistant. I don't believe the current workload of any board member is such that an assistant is needed. Some additional questions. Will the assistant have authority to make bank transfers or post transactions assistance to records? Will the assistant treasurer or any other assistant be empowered to represent said board member at a board meeting should the board member be unavailable? Will assistants be subject to the NDA? Has the wording of the proposed change been provided to the association's lawyer in writing? Has the board received a written response? In summary, I oppose this change because I believe it violates state law, is ill thought out, will not end with an assistant treasurer, fundamentally changes the board's relationship with constituency. It promotes courts to serve respectfully, Curtis Steve.
Are there any other members that would like to make a conversation, speak on this matter? Discussion?
Please come up forward.
Go ahead, Kate.
She's-
Kate Burkhart. On the corner. Right on the corner, right on the prize, if y'all are interested. But if this passes, I would like to volunteer my assistance to any of you other directors who are incompetent, incapable of fulfilling your duties. I will be glad to assist you. I promise, if you use me, if things don't go the way I think they should, I will not walk out on you. And that's my comment. But a board member offered to assist you and you refused that help. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Any other member comments? Mr. Lee or Mr. Benham, come on, Mr. Benham. Either one.
My name's Lee Gilby, for those who don't know me.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I want to ask you one question. Do I work for you or do you work for me?
Well, I was elected to the volunteer position.
You represent us as an organization,
You
correct?
might have voted for me.
Very well. So my thing is, what the residents of this place want is what you're supposed to do. It's just like John said, you can make decisions, but they're not always the right decisions. If the majority of the people want something done, is that not how things go, the majority rules?
Yes,
It's a simple question.
Yes, sir.
No disrespect intended. You have a guy over here, no disrespect, Mr. Long. You accepted that position. You said you could do that position, did you not? When you accepted, did you not?
Sure.
And why do you need an assistant?
Why is it saying there that the treasurer can have one or more assistants? It's been there for 50
I
years.
asked you the question, yes or no, did you accept that position?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. Next,
All right, go ahead.
I have the floor. Yeah. Mr. Wiley, did you ask him if he would accept your assistance? Why did you not accept his assistance? Why did you go external?
Can you tell me what Mr. Wiley's financial background?
I asked you a question. I'm not asking a question. Why did you refuse his assistance?
Because he does not have a financial background. He does not have strong computer skills. And that's enough reasons for me.
So if you accepted a financial position and you have no background, why did you accept that position?
No one on this board has a financial background.
I asked you a question. If you don't have a financial background, why did you accept that position to take responsibility for our paycheck?
That was the position that was open initially. And
But you accepted it.
that's right. And then the next year I accepted it again.
That's right. And you can't do the job yourself.
I didn't say I couldn't do it.
You're saying you need help. That tells me you can't complete the job.
Well, that's your opinion.
That's
A
right.
lot of
It is
people,
my
a lot of
opinion.
people get things accomplished with other people helping them. It's not everything is a solo operation. So any company has a manager. They have other people under them. They have people that help them with certain things.
He already offered to
He
help.
has no financial background.
I,
He doesn't.
I would like to pose a question.
It's not
based
beating
off
up
of
John.
Your comment to our treasurer. Is it in your list of duties to put together a building?
No, software engineering consulting is not in the list of things to do for anyone. Honestly.
How much of your workload would be considered that
Of what I do for the board,
for building?
98%.
But it's not in your list of duties.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I volunteered for that, and I'm gonna get it finished, and it is that's later on. But that's not why I asked him to help. I asked him, as I said, I asked Al Reagan, who's a retired CPA, to do it well more than a year ago. I've been looking for someone to have another eyes on the prize. Not because I don't know, I can't do it, but because what's the harm in having two people helping with a task?
I have no problem with it whatsoever, but you had a person who offered help that has experience on the board of directors.
But he does not have experience with finances or accounting.
So time out.
It's not about John.
I know, and I know he's not trying to be mean, but to clear up the record, I don't like computers. That doesn't mean I don't know how to use them. I have run budgets with, like I've done construction jobs in the $5 million range, and I'm also on a good year, Brittany and I both do the combined amount that the Fort moves an entire year. So I deal with financials every single day. Matter of fact, one of my guys was just texting me a minute ago because we had a machine breakdown and I had to make a financial decision right here on the spot and get it fixed. So I deal with financials every single day. That doesn't mean I necessarily want to be I'm not advocating for that, but I'm just saying, I'm not a complete retard. Close, but not.
No, I'm not saying, I'm not insulting you, John. There's 1,000 things that you are exponentially more knowledgeable than myself or Travis on. That is just the reason I asked a retired CPA and I asked Travis because he has a finance degree. He's lives this stuff. All right. That's the reason. That's my reason.
One question for you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Huey have access to the records already? Yes or no?
To the best of my knowledge, he has access to QuickBooks.
Which is,
Records.
is that a critical area?
Well, yeah, because right now, Jason, correct me
So
if
they
I'm-
already violated what they're meant. Did they not?
He's been actually does that. He said he had access to QuickBooks. That's what he said. Full access.
Should he have had full access?
That's the access they gave him
Should
under
he,
his supervision.
should he have had access before the amendment was done?
I wasn't asked, and I wouldn't have been in agreement.
You would not have been in agreement. You're the president, John's the vice president. Who drives the train here? Let me finish. I'm asking him the question.
We're all equal in that sense, sir.
Say again.
We're equal in that sense.
All of you are equal.
That is correct.
Yes.
Who drives the train? Somebody drives the train. Who would that be?
Well,
Paulina drives the train.
That is correct.
At this moment,
I do.
I'm a
You
deputy
run that
director.
sometimes.
So I want to speak to this because it should be clear that our duties are defined in the bylaws, and specifically the president's duty is to put together an agenda and to move the meeting along. But that is just the meeting. Outside of that, we all have equal authority. We have all taken on specific tasks. There is no one director who has any authority to tell people what to do without a board approval, without a consensus of it. So the drive the train would only apply literally to the meeting as we experience it, not for decisions made. Furthermore, the lawyer said that there was nothing further necessary, and also stated in the previous lines, if the lawyer approved this, then effective May, the assistant treasurer position was approved. The only reason an amendment was brought up was, the only reason an amendment is pursued is at the recommendation for clarity's sake, but it is not necessary for our lawyer. For our lawyer, we have done everything we needed in May for this to happen.
I'd like to clarify that, and I've been sitting on the street, maybe that's what you're saying, but it does say that the president is the ex officio officer. So then if you look up ex officio officer of a nonprofit, they certainly have way more responsibility than any other officer.
I've been president of board of directors. I know what his authority is.
That's
Very
fine.
well aware of it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mr. Benham? Ms. Race, you can come after Mr. Benham, you go on.
I have a couple of questions. I have a couple of questions regarding it. Did the lawyer specifically say, yes, this passed muster, or did he say, well, it appears to? What exactly did he say?
He'll quote it for you right now.
Are you asking about the amendment or the motion?
About the board taking this action. Did he say that that met the requirements of the 209 documents from the state?
I'm gonna have to jump through a couple email stuff, but to the answer to the question, whether any further action beyond majority board vote is required to finalize the appointment. Quote, I'm of the opinion that only majority vote by the board meeting where there was a quorum will be all that is needed to finalize this appointment.
Okay.
The amendment to the bylaw is a recommendation by the attorney. It's a recommendation by the attorney. It's already happened because the majority of the board voted to have the assistant treasurer. So now the attorney suggested, recommended to attempt to amend the bylaws.
So you take the action and then you get him to go back and cover for it. In effect.
No, the action was passed
No,
so that there's no confusion on it or further argument.
Well, I think where a lot of the confusion is that 209 in Texas says that any charging document that is changed to the organization, I'm not quoting it verbatim, but in effect has to be approved by the members.
Our declarations are required to be approved by the members as in a member vote. However, our bylaws only have to have a board approval.
Bylaws are considered to be charging documents under 209.
Right, and the bylaws state that they only require a board vote. And
209 says
our HOA lawyer told us there is nothing further required than a board vote. Our HOA lawyer who deals with state law in 209 told us there is nothing further.
Has there any other lawyer been asked about this subject?
I have the Texas property code officer requirements on 209. Chapter 209 does not mandate that all officers of a property owners association must be elected officers. It gives a wide latitude to associations to define their officer structures through their governing documents, bylaws, and declarations. I went through all this before we did the amendment. I checked with the attorney that I was going through everything that he suggested that we do. And the suggestion was so that we don't continue to have all of this going, I read it this way, you read it that way, to get rid of the ambiguity and do the amendment. That was his suggestion. 209 says that it does not mandate that they have to be elected officers.
You read it that way. I don't read it that way, but that's
Well,
all right.
I've got it exactly the way it is in 209, and it says officer requirements.
Says any charging document must be approved by the membership.
And it also says, it also has a section that says officer requirements.
Okay, one other question here.
Yes, sir.
Will this assistant have access to the executive session? Under any circumstance?
Well,
Only if
remember,
absolutely necessary. Like, it's not the goal that they would participate in the meeting in the open or the executive session unless there's a strong reason to do it.
What happens if you're not here? I understand you want to take a trip to Vietnam or some
Well,
such thing.
we've had various directors go on Zoom and participate.
So you're going from Thailand or
It
Vietnam
doesn't
or
matter if I'm
wherever.
on the moon or Mars, if I'm able to
You're
hear.
going to zoom in from there, you're telling us.
To be clear, this question was posed in Mr. Curtis Benham's letter. This position, only a duly elected officer can vote. No subordinate officer can vote.
I'm not talking about voting. I'm talking about attending and having access to what goes on in the executive meetings.
Understood. Executive session is for the duly elected officers. People that are in executive sessions are there by invitation of the board only and are not necessarily regular
members. People are called into executive session to discuss, as defined by our bylaws, specific items. And unless we invite a subordinate officer for a specific reason, there's no reason for them.
I have a quote from the May meeting, from Mr. Law, in there, and it's, states, if an attorney, null and voids this, then I will be looking at options to modify our documents or any other way to make this action happen. In other words, you're going to do whatever you can to get this through, whether the people, the members of the board want it or not.
Well, that's kind of a moot point because our attorney did not null and void it. He approved it and said what I was saying was the most logical way to interpret it. And so now we're gonna add a sentence that clarifies what would be the most practical way to read it. Boards appoint assistants, you can appoint committees, you can make all manner of decisions to help manage this place. We've had financial committees, we've had pool committees, we've had all kind of stuff. Just because no one's ever had an assistant on the board, it's sat back bylaws for 50 years. I guess I didn't dig back and find when it was put in there, but I'm assuming it's been in there for decades.
Okay. Well, I've been involved with many committees, and that's the first time I've ever seen a board take action and say, well, we're gonna go ahead and take this action, and then if the attorney doesn't approve it, we'll find some other way to do it with that thing, rather than go to the members and say, you know, we would like to change the bylaws to this, and do you approve or not approve?
I think I said I would work with the attorneys to find a way to make it happen. I think that's more closer to what I said. I didn't say that I was gonna like do some shady business and go and file that at the courthouse and no one was looking or something. I said I'd work with our attorneys to make it happen.
What I read was a direct quote out of video for that May meeting, if anybody wants to look it up.
I have the quote here. I read it previously. May 17th board meeting. Quote, I make a motion that we appoint Travis Huey today, subject with no authority, access, or anything else until verified by the attorneys. If the attorneys approve it, then he will be appointed as our vote states today. And if not, we will work with the attorneys on how to make it happen. End quote.
Okay, well, the further down in there was this other the quote that I read, because I took it right out of the video on there. So there's two issues here that I see that's been going on with this this particular thing. Is number one, the way it's being approached and done. The other issue is, and that's part of why a lot of the members are upset, is because you're wanting to appoint an individual who has previously served on the board, but who didn't like the way things went, so he quit. Well, as soon as he knows that something's not going his way now, he's gonna quit again.
You'll be happy about that because you don't want to make anybody in this position anyways, right?
No,
So
that's fine with me.
you know, like,
That's what I'm
less
asking.
risk for the membership if he quits next week, right?
So I think that's the reason that you're getting kickback.
I get that, and I understand how people feel about people that quit the board. And I also understand why someone might want to quit the board. I mean, it's not easy, and when you're in the minority, it's not fun. It is absolutely not. It's actually not fun when you might not be in the minority, because then there's two sides of every coin, and whether you're in the decision making set of people or you're not, there's the other half of the people's going to be unhappy with what you're doing. Any which way. You could bring 5 people in here, write letters and say that this is a bad idea. I could bring 5 more that say it is a good idea. So it's not like, you know, like Amazon reviews. Most of the 1 stars are the haters, and most of the 5-star people don't bother to do a review because they're fine with how that product's working for them.
Well, just one other quote I like, and it says, notably, there are considerable number of members present who voiced concern and were not in favor of the unelected member's appointment to that. A number of members. Mr. Long then stated that the group of members at the meeting that showed up here were not representative of the membership. So the fact that you show up here doesn't really mean you're representative of the members of the board.
I believe that's statistically
Means we care,
representative.
that's why I'm sitting here, not laying
Yeah,
in bed asleep.
but he says that doesn't reflect your opinion.
Not for everybody.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van.
Why don't you call his position a secretary? Or
Sir, you want to come up and speak? Okay, Ms. Race, you're next.
have too much.
Just a quick clarification. When did Travis and I start working with you on Building to help clean up? You know, as you were bringing data in, we were verifying the data. When did Travis and I start doing that?
I don't know the exact date.
It was before.
June 6th.
It was before he was brought in as assistant treasurer.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes, he did not come in to
Okay.
do anything.
He
other than
already had
building.
access to QuickBooks and Buildium, just like I did. He'd already done his NDA and all the other stuff that we had to go through, background check and all that stuff. He had that ability to look in QuickBooks and do Buildium, and so do I, and so does most of the staff in the office to do the job. That's the clarification. Now he has more access to QuickBooks because being assistant treasurer, and he knows more about finances than anyone at that table.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. O'Brien.
Almost forgot my name. I would simply like to say that we've spent a lot of time here on something that's already been done. It's already been put in place, and it's something that the treasurer wants. Travis Huey offers a tremendous amount of, it's a major resource for you and the board, and I hope you would see it that way. I don't understand why we have to drag this out. It's already done. Some people are unhappy about it. But I think if the quality of work that they're doing now continues, you, the board and the treasurer are going to be very happy. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any other member comments? Ms. Hodges.
I just have a question. I'm not a legal expert at all, but I really try to listen to everything that all of you say. And because I've had, all of us have had dealings with lawyers, they always err toward protection or what if something happens in the future. So I just would like it clarified to me by the board. You've already done the action, as Ms. O'Brien had said. They're working and God knows we need all the help we can get. They're basically just volunteers, okay? One that's been approved to help you, and it's for not an indefinite time. It's till you get done what you need, and then you may not need that person to do the work. Is that correct?
In regards to building.
Yeah, okay. So changing bylaws for something that's been around this long is a recommendation to protect in case there's arguments and stuff in the future. Am I misinterpreting that?
No, I believe that's the attorney's attention.
So I think most of us are concerned, or I am personally concerned about an amendment that would change our bylaws. Let's just move as it is and not set up something for the future. We may never need this happen again. We may have so much money that Charlena can hire 4 assistants. You know, that pool keeps going. I'm seriously, it could be an employed position. So I just would like for some kind of confirmation. Are you acting on this because it's just what the lawyer recommended and we're just trying to put up safeguards just in case somebody's angry? Is that what we're worried about?
So basically, as I said before, I would never even consider consulting the attorney because I read it a certain way, and certain people read it that way, and certain people read it another way. The attorney recommended that we clarify it. So I feel like we should just go ahead and clarify. It's not an amendment. It's a 1-sentence clarification as to.
But it's unnecessary because we've already done the action. Is that correct?
I would like to chime in light of people saying that they don't like glitters here. People don't like glitters here. I'm of a mindset.
I didn't say that.
You didn't, correct?
Okay, so talk about that to somebody else.
No, this is specific to the rest of my comment. In light of a comment about people not liking bidders here, I like to see an action taken through to completion. This action has been subject of hot debate. Our lawyers have been consulted and paid. The board has repeatedly gone over it, and I would like to see action completed as we have invested a lot of time and effort, and also the board members' money to see the action through as recommended by our attorney.
And realistically, let's say 6 months from now, we find out it wasn't worded well. It wasn't, whatever the issue comes up that people are concerned about. I don't see what issue is gonna come up, but if it does, then it only takes a majority of the board to take that sentence out, add 5 more words to it. I mean, documents are meant to be living things. I'm not saying you change them every day, but it's not like, oh, it's been there since 1950, so or 1972 or whenever it was originally put in there. And speaking of that, we have an issue with changing our documents. Not this one, because the board can change it. But to change that declaration, we need allegedly, I've been told, unless we find a way around it, 67% of all voters, including those 1,600 people that we haven't talked to in 20 years. So if we actually do need to change some on the declaration, we're up the creek. We're going to get 67% of all the ballots we sent out last year to approve it. I don't think that's mathematically possible. So that's another thing we need to consider. I'm not suggesting I want to change the declaration.
I know you're not, and I agree with you.
But there has to be a way. There's some things in there that probably do need to clarify. If we wanted to, what do we do? But
My position, exactly.
I just want to clarify this. The law says if they're in the declaration, if there's no proposed way to change the declaration, then it reverts to the 209, which is 67 affirmative amount, 67%. Ours happens to say majority. So for 209, that is acceptable. And it would take 51% to change our declaration. There's 2 ways to do it. The state will accept either one. But if the declaration was absent, it would revert to the law. It's not absent. It does say an amount. It just it doesn't specify a percentage. It just says majority vote.
Okay, so we sent out, how many did we send out last year? 3,200, 3,600?
So you'd have to essentially have 1,600 plus.
So we'd have to get 1,600 people, which is basically every person in the board that we can contact to vote on changing something to make it happen. So that's also an issue. And I've looked into it, and it's possible you can petition a court to say it's totally infeasible, that there's no way you can do it, and you must, whatever. That's a whole nother topic that we need to deal with.
That's a point of order, that's the declaration.
Next.
You okay, Ms. Stein?
Did you have an answer
I'm not interested.
about whether you see that it's already in place, and do you feel like it's necessary to do an amendment?
I believe what you're asking for is a vote.
No, I just like his opinion.
He cannot express his opinion.
Well, he
outside.
did and you did.
I said, I like seeing an action.
Yeah,
through,
there you go.
follow through.
Okay, you see.
Right now, you'll see my opinion.
Okay, so I just want to say that I am so grateful for what Ms. Rice and Mr. Huey do. So none of my comments here, I just always think when you're changing things and the future, I believe in a living document too, but you just need to be careful when it's not necessary obviously the attorney didn't think it was necessary, but just for extra caution, he suggested. And so I just would hope you guys would err toward prudence. If it's not necessary, and we've got 2 wonderful people already helping us that are desperately needed, I would hope you would consider that thought.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Okay.
I would like to address her comment. The board has taken this very, very seriously. We have taken it seriously to our attorney, paid the attorney for his advice. I have tracked everything, compared it to 209 to make sure we're not violating any 209 violations. And we have taken it very seriously. And putting this in there to clarify it for future people, so they don't have to go through this if they happen to need someone, I feel like is important. And we have taken it very seriously. Like I said, I have tracked every comparison that I could compare to every state law, legal law, whatever, to make sure that we're not going outside.
Everyone ready to vote?
I motion for a vote on the amendment.
Second.
Those in favor of amending the bylaws to include a specific wording that was provided in the notice to the membership and to the board, what is your vote? Three yeses, any noes? Ms. Kavanaugh is 3-2 vote. Majority of the board ruled that the bylaw will be amended. Contracting auditor for 2025, 2026. I know that we got two bids. Ms. Cavender, correct, the Barton CPA firm gave us a bid, and so did Briggs Coggins. Our Briggs Coggins is
Prior auditor.
the private auditor. I'm not sure we're gonna take an action on this, but is there any discussion?
Those are the only ones we've got.
My opinion is, especially considering we're mid-financial consultant, that we keep Briggs as he's already familiar with our business, and he was slightly less than the other guy.
Hold on. Sharon, do you have anything? Anybody else?
The auditor came in with a slightly less lower bid than the other bidder. The one is our current, has done our audits for the past 3 years. He knows our books. I believe that it would be a better choice for the board to go with somebody this year. Next year, if we have more time to interview and we get our books in order, Mr. Coggins has sent in and done a Zoom meeting. He's worked with us on our categories, what needs to be changed, what needs to be done to get back into the correct way to present the audit. He has many changes that need to be done. He already knows what needs to be done, and I think it would be a mistake to go with anybody else for this year. I think next year we have more time to take a look at it, more time to get our books in order, so that they have not been entered some of the things correctly. So he's really working with us to get this straight. And that's my suggestion, that we go with the current auditor for this year, Mr. Coggins.
One thing I want to say is, my goal is to have the audit in the hands of the membership at least 2 weeks prior to the annual meeting. So all questions can be formulated, presented to the auditor in time. And I would like him to come out here, stare us in the eyes, and answer member concerns, rather than being given the thing later, a bunch of questions flood in, and then we have all this. So I think this should be handled at the meeting. Stuff should be in the membership's hands beforehand, and that's gonna be, to me, that's gonna be a requirement of engaging anyone. It's at least 2 weeks before the meeting, we get the audit, and then they show up and answer things about it.
Ms. Cavender, that would be a reasonable request of the auditors, correct? Well, my preference is our current auditor, because they're $6,000 cheaper. And I'm always trying to find a way to save the members money. So that's my skill on it.
It's up to the board. It's not up to me.
No.
I've been told that, and it's in our declaration.
No.
I make a motion that we contract with our current auditor for this year, Mr. Coggins, and let him help us get our books the way they need to be.
Seconded.
What is the vote?
Get to call vote.
Call the vote.
Call the vote.
Call the vote. Yes, unanimous?
Unanimous.
Five. Unanimous vote. Building update.
Okay, we'll tell you guys how we've been doing on building. So I've been working with Travis and Chris. Chris has been spending a lot of time matching up members' balances, doing great. We have been discussing with Ojo. They specialize in Buildium and QuickBooks and a few other programs. They're an accounting firm. It's kind of been slow going back, getting started with them because I don't necessarily just want to go here, get loose. I need to make sure they understand how we have nested QuickBooks members and how these things all relate and how it was mapped into Buildium and how and where we are at. And we met with them last Thursday and they had given us a quote. I think that they need a bit more information to flesh out their numbers, but the number was not very high. They estimated that they charge $45 an hour for cleanup of your situation. And then afterwards, I think they charge $32 or $34 an hour to like reconcile your bank accounts, do other day-to-day things for us. And my determination, the entire quote was like $5,000. It was they estimated 50 hours to complete all the transfers in the building, but I really don't think, huh?
It's 114.
115, but 50 was for Buildium and transferring data from Buildium to QuickBooks. And then it was like each one of our bank accounts, they were going to reconcile them all the way from March up until June. And that was various hours for each one. And so that was like another 50 or 60 hours and a couple more things in there. But the part that I want to make clear on is I'm going to meet with them next week on some shared screen settings and make sure they understand where we are. Because we have a lot of things going on. It's a moving target, let's say. So one of our issues that we're having is that all our credit card payments are stuck in QuickBooks. And due to credit card data transfer laws, there's physically no way to get the member's credit card information out of QuickBooks. So currently we're billing, I don't know, like 200 people, 200 accounts still in QuickBooks. So now we have to make sure those are transferred into Buildium, but it's the only thing still going in QuickBooks for members is the reoccurring credit card things, but not everybody has an email or response to your letters or phone numbers. So we don't want us to stop charging them because otherwise we won't get paid. So there's a thing there. And then I just built a dashboard that actually, I won't get too technical, but it uses the API to pull who has auto pay enabled in QuickBooks, and then it pulls from QuickBooks who has auto pay enabled for their credit cards in there. Because let's say that you got that email from dispatch and you went in there and you set up your Buildium. You didn't call the office. Well, you're getting charged twice. We don't know. So I've made a dashboard where it points out who has that. They can go disabled. And it's a whole process that we're slowly trying to get all those people off of there. That's something totally separate than making all the balances came in detailed correctly. So there's more things going on than just that one thing. And we're spending a good amount of time on it, but it's moving forward and there's the end of the road, all right? So we're getting there. Does anyone have any questions about Buildium? I'll be happy to answer as many questions as anyone has from the board, from the audience, anyone. Okay.
I got questions.
Jason, I mean, up to this point, we've spent 20,000 on Buildium. What have we, if anything, have we lost in money due to, on the accounts payable side, due to people not being billed that we're probably never going to be able to get back?
I would say fairly minimal. Like which people are those that we can never get back?
Well, I spoke with Jen prior to July 1st and asked her how the transfers were going. And she stated a number to me. I don't have any way to verify this because we don't have any documents, but she stated to me that somewhere in the ballpark of $20,000 has been lost in accounts payable because of money lost in the credit card transfers and all the memberships. I don't know how that all works.
So let's talk about the credit cards. The way the credit cards work and the way QuickBooks works, when you do an invoice, the invoice, you pay it, all right? But when you have a reoccurring credit charge, it does a sales receipt, which is like a combination of those two together. But when it fails, the only way to collect the money is to go into QuickBooks and create an invoice that can then therefore be paid. But I'm noticing a lot of them in there now, and it doesn't get pulled into Buildium because I'm not pulling in sales receipts that don't show funds deposited on our side. Part of the API, we can see this is deposited or is it not. So there's some in there that, and this is not a Buildium issue, this is a QuickBooks issue. I'm not saying there's nothing got skipped in Buildium, but there's also things that's been skipped in QuickBooks. Number of payments that so when the credit card runs, it puts it in the credit card receivables. And then they go back in and they refund it to the credit card receivables like holding account, but that doesn't do any money. That just kind of pulls that off of there. You still have to create an invoice for those line items to show that the member has balances. So I found quite a few over the last time that step didn't happen. So that doesn't even show that they owe money in QuickBooks because that sales receipt failed and it doesn't add to their balance with a failed credit card transaction because there's no invoice created at that time. So there's some of those that we're going to straighten out as well. But to say that we're never going to collect it, that would be someone that if we reached out to them, they would just be like, forget it, I'm never paying you again. You know, if someone got not charged for 2-3 months and we call them and go, oh, I didn't get charged, you're right. Here, go ahead and let's get it evened up. So the number that we're never going to get paid, it can't be that high.
Well, I don't know if all the members know this or not, but we literally almost have zero process for collections. Before Lisa left the board, she was handling collections. So to say there's even a ball to drop in collections is not the right way to put that. But currently we have somewhere like 700 grand in collections that needs to be collected. Every day that goes by is less chance that we're ever going to get any of that money. Matter of fact, we tried to get a couple of houses up for the tax sale for like 6 months, 6 different tries, and somewhere in the chain of command, something would fall apart, whether it was the attorneys or the sheriff or notice or newspaper. I don't know. It's just something always fell apart. So the reason I'm asking those questions, the reason it's important is because we already have plenty of money in collections and we just don't need any more. We're obviously very inefficient at being able to collect it. So,
and so that's actually what I have been working on, except when I get drugged off or don't get a double credit card charge and the other things I'm trying to do to keep the thing moving forward is people that haven't paid in March or April in QuickBooks. And probably if they didn't pay in March or April, they probably didn't pay longer, right? And there's so many people that have not been paying. And then we got contracted Peerless to do those collections, and then that didn't happen. And they were ultimately let go for not doing so. So it's easier to pull in people that haven't been paying in there than people that paid in March and April because Buildium is overlapping because we started getting ACHs and payments in March and April. So if the people in QuickBooks had not paid March and April, it's a bit easier to get their balance, but it's still a little challenging because, for example, historic fees has 3 GL codes that's been charged over the years. There's like historic this level, historic nested level. So I had to go through and match up all the code, the ID numbers from QuickBooks to what will actually be in Buildium. And some of those have multiple things that are actually equivalent. And like late fees and late fee discounts, that's 2 things in QuickBooks. There's 2 different things. But in Buildium, they want you to balance your late fees. So you don't want 2 things. You want a late fee payments, late fee charges, or late fee credits or something. It's only 1 code. So those are also being mapped in there. And then once I get those in there, we can start the collections. But the collections is a whole another problem, and it's a big problem. And that was part of the reason we got Buildium and we got Builders to get on top of it, but it has not materialized. But that is my main priority at this moment, is to pull in all those really delinquent people, start doing it. And then once we get past that, I really want to find that we can enable charges for all the people in the colonial slots that haven't been contacted. All those 1,600 people that haven't been charged in 20 years, ultimately, we need to start sending them a letter, looking at I've already pulled their tax records. There's a lot of people that pay their taxes early in October. So guess what? Their address in CAD's probably good. Maybe we should use that to send them a letter that says we need to agree that you 1,600 people, how many of you will respond? Because now, just because we haven't charged you in 20 years, doesn't mean we don't want to start. And people give back those colonial lots all the time without being provoked in any way. So if we start telling them, hey man, you're getting billed, and they realize that, they may start giving them back. And it's all part of a larger plan that I'm trying to get involved, get done. And I'm sorry it's taken long, but you know, I just like to do things as correctly as possible, even if it takes me more of my personal time to get.
Well, I think, and Mrs. Race is here, I know Jim was here, I know Travis is here. I think as a board member, I would really like to see through this transition, when we get from point A to point B, that what reconciliation is there, so that we have an idea of what was lost or what was gained. Because it very well, from what you're saying, it very well may be that we gained efficiencies and that we didn't lose any money, you know, through the process, but we may have lost money. But I think either way, we need a report to reconcile that. Yeah.
I mean, we're already saving staff time. That's, you know, there's about 650 lots that were charged on ACH. And that would involve about 6 batches of ACHs that they would run manually through Bank and Trust. And then they would have to get those, key them all into QuickBooks, and then make sure that the thing cleared. And there was a whole process of managing all those people that were on ACH because it wasn't connected to anything. But Buildium has free ACH. So the first thing that happened was everyone that was on ACH got put in there. So that's less staff time, that they don't have to process 6 batches of things. I mean, I have 13 accounts. The staff doesn't touch it because I can't. Right? I've got my ACH set up. As long as that's done, we could have 1 million accounts and it would take similar amount of staff time because it only would require them to even interact with your account if your credit card fails or your ACH bounces or whatever. Now, checks and cash, that's a whole loop of get the check from the bank, drop it at the front desk, give it to the person that keys that in. Then it goes to another person that deposits it. Then it has to be marked in Buildium as deposit. Then you have to go back and see that it actually cleared. There's a whole like loop of work that has to be done. And the idea is to try to get as many people on automatic payments as possible. And you know how many people I hear, I don't trust the Ford. I don't want them to have my information. Oh, not most, but enough. You know, but the opportunity is, if you don't trust the Ford, you can log into Buildium and put in your payment information and take it right back out every month. Otherwise, you come down here with a check. Like, there's some work involved on your part, but you could go in and just put your information and pay your bill and then delete it out of there if that's what you wanted to do. Or you could manually pay it, or you could let it pay on its own. So the members have several options, and mostly all of them save the staff time and potential human error. No one's perfect.
In regards to this product that we're using, I regret that it's not done. I'm on the board. I talk to Jason regularly. I really don't know on a scale of 1 to 10 where we are, but practicality for you all and for all the people in TV land. Check your accounts, check your ACHs, make sure you're not being double charged. Check your credit cards, debit cards. I pay by check, and I'm going to continue paying by check until this thing is resolved. It's unfortunate that we are in this current situation. In May, Jason and I had a long talk regarding relieving him of this so that Shar can take over and finish this. He was adamant about keeping it and finishing it. We're May, June, July. This is where we are today. It's not complete. He has help. It is my understanding Ms. Race Travis, and now Jim Race is helping in part of this program. Now, what I don't know at this point is whether it went from 0 to 10 miles per hour. I don't know. I don't know if we're at 5 miles per hour. All I know is that it's not done. And the practicality of the membership is we have a program that the membership has paid in full, and we're not using it. On top of that, much to my chagrin, we let go of the bookkeeping company until we were able to bring on the potential new bookkeeping company. My suggestion was to run it together until we agreed as a board to engage a new bookkeeping company. That is not happening, ladies and gentlemen. We are now, Ms. Cavender has informed us she is going to engage the former bookkeeping company to work at hourly rate to help us with little things. Example, there was an issue with the sales tax. It was about to not be paid because we don't have anybody monitoring it, but she stayed on top of it. Thank God she stayed on top of it, and now it's been resolved. My point being is, I don't know as of this point what speed we're at on a scale of 1 to 10, if we're at a 5, 6, or 7. In May, I was led to believe that we were maybe at a 6 or 7. I don't know if we're still there or where are we going. And I'm putting this on the record because my concern is for the regular folks here that come here regularly. I don't want to be repeating what I'm saying again in September. And I hope I'm not. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it doesn't happen. That's where I'm at right now with building. And and I regret that for the membership that this thing's not finished. But keep an eye on your accounts. Make sure you're not being double billed. I know for a fact one person was being double billed. He didn't realize it until he went back to his bank accounts because he doesn't check his account on the computer. As of April, May, and June, he was being paid. They were taking out double on his accounts. Thank you, Jason. I referred him to Jason. Jason resolved it. And the money was credited back to him. That's just one. So everyone, perk up, look at your accounts, pay attention. If there's a problem, let us know. Thank you.
So let me say a couple of comments. So yes, we have spent $20,000 on Buildium because we agreed to 10,000 per year. But the 10,000 that we just spent covers us until next July. So we were covered on that for another year. So the 20,000 is 2 years of doing it. And to say that we're not using it is not accurate because every payment from every member is going into Buildium now. Your check is getting logged in there now. Is your balance correct from QuickBooks? No, it's not. Everyone has been transferred yet. We've got to make sure that's correct. But everybody that has ACH set up or credit card set up or comes into the office with a check or cash or whatnot, it's going in there. We're just bringing in the balances as we correct them, make sure that all the things that have happened in there match up. I don't want to halfway do it, or I just would have said, oh, you guys want to take this over? I'm going to Vietnam. That I could have said that, but people don't like quitters. I'm not quitting. I'll be here until it's finished. And no matter how mobile I might be in my life right now, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. I'm working on it every single day. So I get it done.
Hold on, anything else? Directors, anything else? Okay, come on up.
So John, I wanted to just get to one of the things about how are we going to see if Buildium really worth what we're doing. And I've talked to Charlene about this extensively. And last year when you were presented a budget, there was a top line item on income. That line item was $181,000. Okay. What we determined after looking at that was that those were collections that were made throughout the year. Okay. So let's just set that stage. We ended up taking that out, but that's the number, right? So in that prior year, $181,000 had come into the association from that pot that you're talking about that people haven't paid over time. Okay. That money was supposed to have been collected in a prior period. When it was not collected, what suffered? The restricted fund wasn't funded, the historical fund wasn't funded, And then presumably the restricted fund was double hit because there was a deficit in that year when the operating income didn't come in to run for that fiscal year. So now when someone doesn't pay in Buildium, it holds that ledger open. QuickBooks did not do that. It just applied the money against the line item that was there. So it just went away. So all of these funds have been robbed over time, not because someone's like, oh, don't put the money in there. There's just no way to figure it out. And there's just no way to figure out where the money belongs. So now all of these, preservation is tasked with a role, and they have a budget. And how do they get that budget? By people paying. Well, if someone doesn't pay and then they come in and pay in a year, well, that money doesn't get put back over to preservation. So now they've got to work in a way that, they don't have the amount of money that they should based on the issues that we have. So that alone of getting this to where those funds are continuously tracked when someone doesn't pay, that right there, that savings right there, and we don't have to go back and figure it out, is going to be leaps and bounds ahead of where we're at.
And that's great. I just want to make sure that I understand it's an improvement, but I want to make sure that we're not, whatever happens in the interim, that's also accounted for.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Well, no, and so what you're asking about, when you log into QuickBooks right now, every morning when you go in, there's a big red alert on the top, and it says X amount of transactions failed. Okay. What that's telling you is that someone who was set up on an auto transaction is saying, oh my goodness, this didn't work out. And then goes into the scenario that Jason was talking about, where it doesn't actually track that. You have to then go manually do something. But that record, that's always been happening. So anything that's in Buildium doesn't go through that process. It automatically logs it as not paid. QuickBooks, you have to then go do something. Charlena's team has to then go step in there and put an invoice in, which we've talked about this as well. So if anywhere there's an opportunity to miss it, it's on the old system, not on the new system.
Okay.
So, and it's every morning that comes up.
But I do want to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, now Jason could back it up too. When somebody pays, it takes the historical and the preservation out right away. I mean, historical and restriction.
It's actually
It gets paid first.
It's actually set up, and this is so interesting that they did this. I was blown away when Jason told me that he had the option to choose this. But when you have different charges that you've set up in Buildium, you can actually prioritize how they get paid when the money comes in.
You can
So
assign an order of release.
Yes.
look, think of it like FIFO or LIFO, right?
Yeah.
So you can override that. Like, let's say
Yeah.
the person owes $1,000 of legal fees and you want to code that to legal fees, and you can, and the legal fee balance for that ledger will go down.
Mhm.
But let's say you didn't pay your assessments for 1 year and you came in and paid $200, but you owe $1,200. So Buildium is going to go, well, you know what? You told me to pay historic first, then pay restricted, then down the list. And then, so those two accounts will get their money. It's not that much money. A whole year is like $60 to something, because it's, $1.38 per thing. But all those times where people, maybe they won't ever pay all the money. But what I value the historic buildings and the restricted money, because that's our future. Obviously we have to operate, but that small percentage should get thrown in there first. That way we can have money for the motel. That way we can have money to keep our buildings with low tax discounts, because we've been maintaining them up to historic standards. Because we have the money is been going in there, and it's much more obvious how you get the money in there. That's why I put on the agenda a couple of months ago to audit the historic and restricted funds. Not because I think there's anything wrong, but I think that I don't understand how they were calculating in QuickBooks. I really don't know. So once we get off, we'll just go with what we did.
But yeah, I do want to make it clear though, that was something we discussed as a whole.
Yeah.
To be able to do that for the members, because it was very important. And I am not sure how it gets taken out of QuickBooks either. I'm not, we're just given the amount and then it was deposited where it needed to be. But in the Buildium, you don't have to do that. We can literally pull a report that just says historical. We can pull one that just says restriction or restricted, and we can have the full amounts. So and that's one of the reasons why we agreed on building because it had an extensive breakdown for us that would make it looks better.
Yeah, which is part of the challenge of getting the right numbers from QuickBooks into Building. So when we switched from QuickBooks number one to QuickBooks number two, I don't know, there's almost $300,000 of balances that just say miscellaneous sales. Well, they were probably membership, historic, restricted, legal fees, late fees, or whatnot, but they weren't brought in there broken down by what they really were for. They're bought in as one line, opening balance $3,500. There's a lot of those. So when I said I want to move these things into Buildium, not even counting those, because that will require research into the old QuickBooks and research into the black system, and we can't collect money after 4 years anyway, so it may be a moot point to a certain extent. But the other ones, what I wanted was to be able to break those down. Well, this person owes this much, it's this much in late fees, it's this much in that. And that's where no one has been able to do it. I have ways of doing it. I've been doing it with the API. It was very difficult to figure out, but Triumvir did not have any advice on that. No one else has had any advice on that. So I spent a lot of time trying to find a way to get it. And for the most part, I have it. And some of them are going to have to be done by hand, but a lot of them are going to be able to be broken down by all the back end software calculated work that I'm doing. So
Just waiting to say something. Chris, you guys listening?
On July 3rd, Annabelle posted an article that Charlena wrote about the Buildium portal, and that members need to log in to be able to see their information and do the work. Be able to see their balances, put in their ACH, put in their credit card, whatever. I've received maybe 6 requests so far to be invited. So we've got to get the word out better on that. But on July 3rd, there's an active launch. I don't know if it's the event launch, you guys can find it. There's an active link that goes to the Kinney County Post. It explains why we switched to Buildium for all members, so they can look at it, figure out why are we doing this? We already had it counted. Yes. But then within the article itself, there's a hot link that goes directly to Buildium's invite page, the member portal. In there, they can click on it and get an invite to sign up and do their work.
Or they can just call us.
Or they can call, or our staff could go find people that don't have an email and call them and say, hey, what's your email? Let's help you. I can't do that. I'm pushing I'm trying to verify numbers that Jason's bringing across. Plus I'm using my cell phone. It's a 303 number. I call a member and say I'm with Fort Clark and it's a 303.
That's something.
Staff need to do it.
Can you ask the phone company that we have if they can, because it's all voice over IP. Can we get a number that looks like an office number, so someone that's not in the office can call from a number that's not California? It's possible that they can install the Spectrum VoIP app on their computer and they will be able to.
They can.
So let's figure that out, because that was an issue. Tim mentioned that, we helped briefly, but it's well, I found numbers from well over here. So people see a Bracketville number, they're much more likely to answer than something else. And so maybe we can have that. So someone that's not in the office. I mean, if you hire someone collections, it might not necessarily even need to be inside the office. We just need their metrics. You call this many people, you logged in Building, we've got this much collections, you're doing a good job. Then once we have something to track what someone's doing, it doesn't really matter where they are necessarily. But we definitely need to jump on that collection. So
Oh, yeah.
Sure, real quick, if since we're getting ready to have a special meeting next week on Saturday at 9 a.m. regarding the budget, regarding setting up to see if we're going to raise the HOA fees or not. Right now under Buildium, are you able to tell, right now under the current financial status that we're working with, are you able to tell the people that are not paying?
No.
And why not?
Well, because QuickBooks and Buildium have to be reconciled together. I can tell you all the people in QuickBooks that are late, But are they still late? I mean, I'm
I mean,
assuming.
we can tell if they haven't been fully transferred in,
Mhm.
if they haven't been paying, well, they weren't paying in QuickBooks either, and they're not paying in building. But if they have been paying, then there's payments from March and April that's been logged in there. So yes, there is a way to find people that have not been paid in there. But
There's a report.
yeah, I'm gonna get past this meeting and go on to something else. I'm going to pull in all of the people that haven't paid in March and April in QuickBooks, activate all those, set them to collections. We'll set some kind of policy. I don't know if I'll assign a project and tasks or make the dashboard that lets someone go through and address those. We need to figure out what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do. I mean, one of the things that we can utilize is that Buildium has those, like you can mail a letter in Buildium.
My point of this is that we might, this board might raise HOA fees or not raise them. And we have people that are not paying, and it's unfair to the regular members like us that are paying on time, all the time. And then we're gonna request for membership to extra pay, potentially pay more. So I just wanted to get that clear for right now.
Yeah.
That's our current situation. Yes, Ms. Linda.
I'm sorry, do we have printouts that show who's delinquent and who isn't to the tune of the entire report? We used to get them,
Yeah.
and it'd be 300,000.
Yeah, there's a lot of delinquents.
I know there is, because I'm the one who did collections for 2 years and brought in over $300,000. And it was, and I'm not an expert on the computer, but I figured out a system how to do it. Pick 12, pick 20, notify.
It's not hard to do. You just get a spreadsheet and you do 10 at a time.
Yeah, I know, it's not hard to do, but nobody's doing it. That's the point.
Well, I mean, Buildium has a collections part to it, like it's made for property management, so it has a.
But is somebody going to be assigned to do
Yes,
this
yes,
on a
yes,
full-time
yes,
spot?
yes, and well, hopefully, I don't know.
Because if you don't start and the word gets around that
No,
when the word gets around that you've started, it's gonna take 2 or 3 months before they get the drift that you mean business, and
Yes.
then it happens.
No, we need to go a little hard on these people, because I agree with Memo that it is certainly not fair to people that are paying if we're not chasing down people that aren't paying.
And you do
And we
run
need the
into
money.
people who have a reason for it, and then you deal with that appropriately. But when you have people who are just like, kind of flipping.
No, there's a lot. I mean, I'm shocked, like, as I'm going through looking for ones that haven't paid or have paid, going through the number of people that haven't paid and since QuickBooks started, the new QuickBooks in September 2023, there's tons that haven't paid a dime since that time. What do we do? Well, nothing yet. Like, how many leads do we have? Not many, if any, so we might have added, we got a few recently? Couple, but there's hundreds.
Somebody needs to be doing it. I did it full time.
Yeah.
We've already been talking about hiring.
Mrs. Bryan, are you volunteering again?
I like to say
Actually,
something. If
you
I
wanna
can
be
get a
assistant
percentage
selection
for the
officer?
farm,
Volunteer?
yeah.
No, I'm not
We're
Missy
taking
Thompson.
volunteers.
But there were many people that volunteered to try to help out with the treasury that had no background in accounting. But this doesn't take a background to try to contact people that are behind. So all those people that were volunteering to do help with QuickBooks and all that, they could definitely volunteer to collect some of the delinquent.
It's a full-time job. It's a,
Full-time job, being a collector.
yeah.
But you got to start somewhere.
It's a
I can take
big-
5 or 10 a
A
day.
four
If they
quarter-time
volunteer
jobs.
their time to do it that way, maybe they could volunteer their time to do collection.
Thank you very much.
And I
Next item on the agenda, catalog purchase. Mr. Linda, do you want to clarify that?
You're just gonna read the amounts, right? Yeah, but that's all we're doing.
Oh, just moving over to.
Okay, I just want to be clear that I'm bringing this up, subject to my duty as listed by the Code of Ethics, since we were talking about ethics previously, to bring to the attention of the board any issues believed to have potential adverse effect on the association or the membership the board serves. In our last session, a motion was made to pay with a cashier's check out of the restricted fund for the purchase of the KCAD lots was passed 4-0. Since then,
41. Wasn't it 41?
That's what he just.
Oh, go ahead.
You abstained.
Ignore me.
He was-
Ignore me.
I abstained. I didn't
Yeah.
vote against. I abstained. And that was made clear in the minutes. However, as a freshman, I then studied up with a little help from our wonderful membership. That in our declarations, the restricted fund had its limited uses. As it states, the board may levy assessments for the purpose of establishing a restricted fund to defray costs of creating subdivisions, provisions for off-site improvements, capital improvements, reserves for placement and maintenance, historic preservation, and the maintenance of any debt service, public or private. It does not include land purchase. And to be clear, improvements are things done upon or to the land, not the dirt itself. So as such, this was a discussion among us, and a remedy has been provided. I just wanted to be clear to everyone that, well, I'll just make the motion for the remedy since that was a violation of the declaration, which I propose that the funds used taken from the restricted fund for the purchase of the K-CAT lots be replaced from the general fund to repair what was done and make it a proper expense. I motion, that's a long motion, but that's right.
I understand.
Any seconds?
I second it. Or did you second it?
You can take.
I
Did
second.
John move
If
it?
you went to the bathroom, wait, hold it for a second.
Well, John didn't hold it.
All
All right, I would like to wait for Mr. Wiley because I'm pretty confident. I like his vote on the record as well. But that's it. That's the whole subject. And since we're waiting for Mr. Wiley, any discussion? Anyone want to talk about that?
I just want to say that the person that pointed out this to us is one of the frequent flyers of. Okay, I won't use profanity. One of the frequent nasty email senders, which actually provided us with some actionable, decent information that we made this decision on.
I don't approve of the description. I would rather describe it as our favorite critic.
Yeah, actually, our favorite critic.
We'll run an article in the paper.
No, it's a different critic. And I want to say I do appreciate some of those emails. Some of them for entertainment value and some of them for actually useful information. that
John, they're waiting for the
would've
vote.
Overlooked.
Just chatting.
He's on the phone.
No.
You don't know we were voting on anything.
Well, the, when we get
So
the condensed version.
well, we've discussed this as a board already. So I'm in the email exchange. So I'm just saying that I motion that to correct the purchase from the restricted funds for land that we that we use the general fund to replenish the money used from the restricted fund to make it be a proper expense since our restricted fund limits us in types of purchase.
Agree 100%.
Call my motion for this
second
replacement
it.
funds.
In favor?
Call for a vote.
All in favor? Against? Favor? Okay. Unanimous. GMAC petition, that's Ms. Sharon Wolf, will present that information.
I received, from a water
Mike.
attorney. I received a petition, for the court to sign up on a petition that's going to GMA 7. It's partly was discovered in the audit of our groundwater district. That they were using the wrong pumping numbers and giving them the wrong information to set our DFC levels. This petition was drawn up by a water attorney. Eddie Morales has signed off and approved as our legislature, the groundwater district. And I'm bringing a motion or bringing a discussion for the board to discuss that we sign this petition and send it to the GMA 7 so that they can investigate that our pumping rose 13,000 feet. Las Flores Springs has missed flow targets and stopped flowing multiple times. And this petition is to get the correct mags and to get the correct information so that they can possibly do a drought plan and we can help our springs stay healthy. So if there's any discussion on this, it's not something I did. It's because I have been working to get that audit done. And Mr. Morales has had approved to get the audit done. And now that we have the audit of our groundwater district, we have things to go on and that we can get corrected. So that's why they sent the letter to me, the petition to me, and asked if we could get our board to approve and sign off on it.
Jim, do you know who would be taking care of all the notices? Is that burden for who's listed as the petitioner? Us?
Yes, on the petition, let me look. It's a public request. No particular person is listed. It's a public request for the GMA 7 to remedy the erroneous mag for Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District due to failure to use the legally required best available science. It's addressed to the GMA 7 coordinator. The signatures, we've been asked to sign it. Or the city mayor of Brackettville has been asked to sign on it, to shake hands. And Representative Eddie Morales. I've just been asked to get the board to sign on. Once I get the approval, if we approve it as a board, that we can go ahead and sign the petition. I will be giving the petition back for the other person to get the other additional signatures, and then they will be sending it to GMA 7. But it is just a public request from Kinney County residents. I think I sent that.
Yeah, Sharon, I'm sorry I stepped out, but just for clarification purposes and for the record, this is not gonna cost the membership or FCA any money
No.
to be involved in this or to be
No.
signing on to anything.
It's not
Zero cost.
zero cost.
Thank you.
It's a petition and they've asked us if we would help support this petition that they're trying to do. This attorney is also working with me to get a petition to have the audit enforced. Mr. Morales has written a letter to TCEQ they are the enforcement arm. Once he signed off and got the audit completed, TCEQ is the enforcer and he has asked them to come and enforce. And a part of that is this MAG 7 group. So we're working to keep the spring going. And we have attorneys that are very interested in helping us. So it's not going to cost the board anything to do these petitions.
I think similar to the TCQ's line, Rev Morales, I'll explain why I think this is important, but petitioner must notify all GCDs within an adjacent groundwater management area within 5 days of filing the petition and provide proof of notification to TCEQ within 21 days. So that's why I was asking who the petitioner is, because then there's subsequent questions that come from that, which is adjacent. What's adjacent to GMA 7 and 10? Is it 7 and 10, or is that just Kinney County, Valley, or is it is it all the surrounding GMAs that touch 7 and 10? And so there's some, the reason that's important is because if we don't, within 5 days of the filing of the petition, serve notice to the surrounding GMAs and then also to TCEQ within 21 days, and the petition dies, and it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's correct. And all they're asking us to do is to get our signatures on it. The attorneys are gonna handle the rest of getting it to whoever it needs to go to. And that's why it's not, we're not involved in anything but getting our name on here. It's up to them to get it to the correct people that it has to go to.
As long as it's not gonna cost the poor any money, I'm on board.
Yeah, it's been costing us money having a dry creek, so we need to do something to get it where we don't have that problem. So I think it was a great opportunity to have someone put it together, because I was told by the attorney, if you don't dot your i's and cross your t's and give them all the backup information that they need, they'll discard it, they won't do it. So they're on top of it. I think this petition will get to the people that it needs to get to. It is just a public. And if anybody would like a copy of it, let me know, give me an email. I'll be glad to email it to you with all the backup information and everything. So you can contact me through secretary at
Sharon, you're so knowledgeable. I think a lot of people don't understand, and I think you'll agree with me that the audit cannot enforce anything. They're just an audit. So this is the way to start some action about the audit items that are in question. Is that correct?
That's correct. And Eddie Morales did send a letter to TCEQ, and his response was that it has to be the affected people, the affected Kinney County community. So that's why we're doing it as a public service. He wrote a letter, he has a letter of support for us, but he can do the audit. But once it goes into enforcement, the county and the people affected have to go and petition. And so we've got the GMA 7 petition. I'm waiting on the one to enforce the other audit discrepancies. And once the attorney puts all that together and he knows that it's correct, it will go to TCEQ, and I'll come back again with that petition, and we'll try to get the signatures on it for that.
I also want to address what Mr. Guzman was saying about cost. What she's talking about is people taking up for us here in Kinney County. And it's a huge amount of time and money, just like what you've gotten engineers to help us with. This is a huge deal that lawyers are taking a step forward because it's costly.
Yeah, right now, water is the top issue in the legislature, and it's getting the people to respond and take care of these issues has become a little easier, because it is such in the state of Texas, water is the top, water is the gold. And so we have the opportunity at this time. They're calling another special session. I'm not sure if they're going to have any of this in it or not, but we do have people that are taking an interest in it and that are helping us.
Unless any members have anything to say, I think we're all in agreement here. However, this isn't exactly a vote, it's a discussion. So since that is the case, I would request that the directors just announce their intent relative to signing the document, cover it one by one.
I'll sign it.
And I think we can do all this and it's sign all the stuff in executive session if that's no problem.
I'll do it.
I will sign the document.
I will sign the document.
I'll sign the document.
And I will.
Thank you.
I think, are you gonna get people from the city to sign it too?
That's up to you.
I'm passing this along to the person that's gonna get the mayor and the other people to sign it. And then once they do, they're giving it to the attorneys and the attorneys will follow.
I think a lot of people realize it. It's not just for the spring to flow, it's also for your future drinking.
That's correct.
And they'll be more apt to say, oh my gosh, my future drinking water.
And
Sign it.
we have stirred more of the city of Bracketville to get involved. There's a lot more of them showing up at the groundwater meetings. The audit really opened a lot of people's eyes about what was going on, where the money was being spent. And so there are more people, and that audit was, you know, this is the third audit that the groundwater has failed. It's not the first time. It's the third time. So in the past, there was no action taken. They failed it, and it was like, oh, well, we failed it. Let's go on down the road. Because it takes officials and it takes getting to the right people to enforce that audit in those failures. And that's what we're doing this time.
Yeah, because Kinney County is unrestricted.
Thank you, Sharon.
So like I ranch in Medina County, and we're restricted up there, Uvalde, all the other counties.
Yes.
That's why a lot of farmers have come here, because it's unrestricted.
That's true. That's exactly true.
And that available groundwater number is ridiculously high. Like they're not even pumping anywhere near the acre feet that's permitted in this county. Like even if they got even half of what they were permitted, it would be disastrous to us.
We're gonna move on to the striping issue. Consider striping, purchasing street striping machine for $2,971.46. Estimated amount, but we're gonna move forward with it.
I want a motion that we table this subject to new information this morning revealed.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can table, that's
Motion
right.
to table.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
We're gonna table. The Oskins, my favorite baker. You have a variance. Do either one of you or architecture committee want to do a song and dance for us? Mr. Oskin?
Give you a little information.
I really want to do this.
I also have some documents from my four closest neighbors. They're saying that they consent to it if you guys do.
Yes, sir.
We're
gonna give him 1 minute. I mean, we can talk a little bit about, but he wants to hear most.
Yeah, I really care a lot about variances. So.
Okay. I make a motion that we make Ms. Austin the official or non-official baker of.
Do we want to go ahead and just do the announcement?
It's on the agenda. It's gonna go live Monday, especially. It's for Mr. Bench.
Is it for me?
What's for all of us?
Sure.
He's a neighbor of the Oskins and he doesn't have a.
Oh, it says he's
You
cool.
can't read it, right?
Huh?
You can't read it, right?
I could, but if he's fine with it, I'm fine with it.
He was.
I thought it was like, Jason, you're a terrible person. How dare you have this?
Dennis left, walks on water in my opinion. He's a great volunteer.
So nice.
On their behalf, the architecture committee had no problem.
We saw that.
With them, okay, putting it, it's just because it wasn't a setback, we had to have them bring it before the board, so.
Yes, sir.
We just, you know.
So, the architecture committee supports your all's variance. I have physically gone out to their house and looked out where it's gonna go and how it's gonna, I mean, I did a visual in my mind, how it looked. It doesn't seem too ostentatious or out of whack.
We've improved the house a lot.
Yes.
Being on there. It's got beautiful magnolias, it's. we
Jason.
improved it a lot since last September, so it's not gonna be anything wacky, it's very tasteful.
Come on, Mr. Austin. The meeting is gonna continue with Mr. Austin's presentation. Thank you.
Basically, the gist of it is I have a 32-foot long driveway. I would like to put a carport there for my vehicles. I have a garage.
Excuse me, Mr. Herman, Ms. Herman, can you all go outside? If you all gonna talk, please? Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Alvarez.
I have a garage currently with two garage doors, but both garage doors are too small for the vehicles that I have at this time. So basically, I have a 32-foot long driveway. I want to put a 25-foot long carport in the driveway, and the variance from the road inside into my property is 20 feet. I've also talked to my contractor, and he said that he could actually put the posts 10 feet back from the 25 feet. So it would be approximately 17 feet from the road is where the poles would sit. But the carport, the top of the carport would come out approximately 7 feet from the road.
From the setback.
Gotcha. So the roof would infringe, but the post would only infringe 3 feet.
Yeah, approximately.
By chance, is that gonna be a flat roof or a little bit slanted?
It's going to be slanted.
A little bit, okay.
Yeah.
You want to get that clarified.
I thought you had like on one of these 412 pitch, something like that.
Yeah, something close to that. It might be a little less. I didn't talk to him about the exact pitch, but I think he'll be able to match it as best as possible with the
Yeah, 11 feet high with 412 pitch.
How fast are y'all gonna get it up?
honestly, I'm just waiting for approval to contact my guy. It'll probably be within the next week or two. Yeah, and they finished, we had another one that the architecture board approved. It was a patio in the backyard and they did it one day.
Right, what's the variance we're considering here?
20-foot infringement from the road.
And we're talking about an aerial infringement by
An aerial infringement by 13 feet and a ground infringement by 3
feet.
Are you aware, are there other infringements along your road that are also within that 20 feet?
Meaning like, is anybody actually built something within 20 feet?
Yeah.
Everything over there seems to be at least 20 feet or further from the road. But unfortunately, if I was to do that with a carport, I'd only have about a 12-foot long carport and I have a 20-foot long truck.
Do you have a drawing of the submission?
I did put one in the original request.
It's right here.
Let's see it.
Right here.
I don't deal in words, I deal in drawings.
Have y'all looked up any utility easements or anything like that to see if the pipes or your square tubing would infringe over a utility easement? The roof I'm not really worried about, but like something in the ground in that 20 foot, I would assume that's why there's a right of way easement there.
Not that, no, I haven't checked into any of that. I was just gonna put it on it's just gonna go on the concrete, so it's gonna be bolted into the concrete.
Yeah, I would say that in these situations, typically if a utility company comes in, if there's a concrete driveway, they're gonna bore it just because the cost of going through, doing demolition to the driveway and replacing it's more money than just boring it. So putting the 4-inch square tubing within 3 feet infringing on the variance or on the right of way and then doing the roof, I don't really see any harm with the all your 4-letter, your neighbors, saying they're okay with it as well, which is something we've kind of talked about in the past.
It's not an easement, it's just a building setback, right?
Building setback, correct.
20-foot building setback, which concrete is going to extend beyond. As
Concrete's already there.
The driveway's already there.
oh, so yeah, but what portion of the structure other than the roof? What portion of the structure extends?
Yeah, I think I can draw it for you. So this is the road. The overhang distance is going to be 7 feet. The overhang of the carport is going to be 7 feet, so that's a 7-foot number. And then these square posts here are going to be, if this is our 20-foot line, that distance is 3 feet. So the posts are going to be sitting at 3 feet, and the overhang will be at 7 feet from the road.
Okay.
So that'll be his ridge. Will probably run like that, and that's his roof.
you have any pictures of the street?
Of the street? Do you have that?
Only what we've been looking at back below. It has the house pictured before we bought it.
Go to the street
Yeah,
view.
I just want to see.
Go to street view on Google Maps.
Oh, do we?
You
That
could do
happen
that.
on the Ford?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 2 months ago, they actually
That's a
do.
private
They came
road.
out here.
They shouldn't be up
No,
in our
they came out here and
business.
mapped it.
Charlene will let them in.
Look, if they should volunteer to repair our roads, then they're private. They're making money off of.
Okay, I'll talk to them.
Yeah, you talk to Google. Yeah, call Google, please.
Yeah, look it up.
Yeah, if you do the 245 July Street on Google, the Zillow listing comes out.
Yeah.
245.
And it's because
July.
we fixed it, so.
Mr. Kenny, maybe next time the architecture committee can provide a photograph for, I know where they're at, so I didn't need a photograph, so I mean, but for future.
Okay, and we're talking about steel posts, frame, and
Yeah, it'll be 4x4 steel posts with steel construction with sheet metal.
Street.
July. Yeah, July.
I'll bring it up on big screen.
sorry, I'm just trying to get
Oh, I-
all the way through here.
The driveway sits on lot 3 or 4 or how?
I would say it would be closer to 2.
So 3 and 4? The variance will happen on lots 3 and 4?
No, just on 2.
No. You own lots 3, 4, and 5. The numbers are the survey lots.
It says 2, 3, 4, but I thought it was 100 feet deep was the
Okay,
length.
I was just wondering if it was on 2 lots or it's okay, we'll just.
It'll be only on 1 lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll only be on one of the 3 lots because it's on the far left end of the.
So the architectural committee approved this
Yes.
already?
Yeah.
So it's just coming
We did
to,
request those and verify there's no utility problems, easements or whatnot, because it says 20-foot setback. So that is one of the things that we requested.
yeah, but the front setback is, well, I guess here's different. The front setback is rarely a utility thing. It's more, unless there's a drainage easement there, which we already have a driveway there, so you're not impairing an existing drainage easement, was my primary concern.
No.
And so utilities, unlikely, except for your sewage and your water, that's how it hits. But you're also not impacting that either.
No, my water meter is inside the actual yard.
So
About 10 feet.
So so it's just a roof coming forward.
Yeah.
And
Is that it?
That's it.
Here it is.
right.
Well, I mean, that's.
So I just want to. The architecture committee's already approved this, but I want to weigh in on the seriousness of variances, so that we understand the reason variances often get turned down is because they set a precedent that other people have a problem with. So the question is, what is the character of the street, the neighborhood, which is why I asked for pictures to compare. And this is typically how it's handled in a large municipality. And people fight tooth and nail about these types of things and over minor things. However, as approved by the architecture committee and looking at the street, and also knowing that I've seen this type of structure elsewhere on the fort as well.
Can you see across the street?
Actually,
That's Dennis left side.
That's Garland's right there, and then to the right.
yeah, it's back though, but The question, so really it's the sightline is the consideration of the street, and that's what prevailing setbacks are, or setbacks are for, or prevailing setbacks to keep a, a front yard zone marching down the street, which is not exactly what we have already. The question is, as there's a fence there, and even if it's the corner, that's all the way. That's well within the 20 feet. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
and I mean,
point two.
and I can argue as you look around, it's kind of the language of the neighborhood. Um, so
That fence may be in a different unit.
Same
Yeah.
unit.
It's actually very small, and that house faces a different road.
yeah.
Buildings.
Well, if you're going along this road right here, that's becomes someone else's front yard right there, and that exceeds, a lot line. What I'm saying is there's not a consistent green space marching down the road, which is why setbacks exist. Whether that fence is legitimate or not remains another question, but you know, does anyone else have any comment on it?
I'm good. No, none of the neighbors are here to comment, are they? No, they're not. So that's why we have a public.
Okay, so we have your neighbors not objecting.
Correct.
Well, yeah, the issue is though, with any variance, it's not about these neighbors, it's about the ones after them. If they sell and they don't like it and they're like, this is a violation, they're like, well, it was passed, and why was it passed? So
For aesthetic reasons, is that what you mean?
yeah, like I said, the whole point of setbacks is to create a common green space so the street has an identity. However, this seems to be recurring kind of thing. 20 feet maybe. So again, with it already being passed and understanding it's literally just covering a driveway and not so permanent of a structure if it was really a problem. I don't specifically object to it. Just in that statement with this variance, it means that everyone on the street can do this.
Is there a motion to accept the variance?
Make a motion to accept.
I'll second it.
To accept, the motion is that the occupants who live at Unit 31, Block C, Lots 3, 4, and 5, that the board will approve the variance to put a carport on their driveway. Thanks. Okay with that? How does everyone vote? Unanimous. You got your variance. Is there any other?
Talk bad about it.
Wait. No, my respect to y'all, because I do not have a big skin to be a board member.
We want you to run next time.
It gets easier, honestly. Every time you get beat up, it feels.
No, I get a bad email and I cry.
No,
I don't think so.
For me, it is. But pretty soon I'll just be like, I don't care about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one announcement, we have a special meeting for the budget. I encourage everyone to come next Saturday, July 26, 2025 at 9 a.m. The general manager, Ms. Charlene Cavender, will be presenting her budget for the 26th year. Everyone is welcome to join us. At this time, we will adjourn at 12:18 into executive session. Thank you.
Go get your food.
boughs of holly. La 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly.
The extra cost is making my so
The mic's not working.
Oh, they can hear us.
Testing. So,
They can hear.
Oh, they got
okay, we're on. 4 o'clock meeting has, board of directors have reconvened out of executive session. During executive session, the board concluded the following. DLP contractors will continue working with Fort Clark Springs. The board agreed to approve a contract agreement for the pro shop consultant. And finally, the board agreed during executive session to take action on enforcement actions 1, 2, and 3. Executive session started at 3:17. We now adjourn the meeting at 3:18.
settuato gino d'amor. Non più avrai questi bei panacchini, quel cappello leggero galante, quella chioma, quell'aria brillante, quel vermiglio d'onesco color, quel vermiglio d'onesco color. Non più avrai quei pennacchini, quel cappello, quella chioma, quell'aria brillante. Non più udrai farfallone amoroso, notte e giorno di torno girando, delle belle turbando a riposo, ma ci setto a gino d'amor. Delle belle turbando a riposo, ma ci